working for the toolbar. I was just about to choose a language and see if it translated the whole thing without me selecting everything. Let me just see here. Perfect. Okay. It's nice and translated. Now I can just pick something. Let me see here. Why? Okay, worked. Okay, great. And then let's say I finish editing. I just save as. Actually, I'm going to test here. Okay, so I can do whatever format. Do you know by any chance what format that is in the Git book? Was that PDF? The
No
original?
idea. The original was done in PDF, I believe.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's a PDF. Yeah, it's PDF.
okay. So I wonder how we're gonna hook that back up though, because that whole thing, it all has like references, right? For every chapter, next, you know. So that's the next.
Explain, what do you mean by references?
Well, like kind of, but not references, but more like a glossary kind of thing, where you click next, certain topics, it brings you to the page, right? It's not all.
Are you talking about the Zenpedia?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was actually trying to get you back on the line about. I just realized it only translates the first page. But earlier tonight, you mentioned, I know ET mentioned something about APIs the other day, but I didn't know that people were already kind of working on that. So
yeah, the Zenpedia is actually in a way that on top there, at the very top of the Zenpedia thing and white paper, there's another, not just the search box, but there's another one that you can choose a language. And it's supposed to swap the language for the Zenpedia. But yeah, that's not as good as a revised one. So once you have a revised one, how do you fit this back in? That's what I'm wondering right now. So that
I know it's not really super important, well, for me anyway, but how would I input what language I want to read this in right now?
yeah, yeah, on this one, there's not that option. So I don't know how that was set up with the API.
Okay.
Yep. I
Hello,
can
guys.
show you. Hey. What's up?
Yeah, I have a short question. Which time zone is Zen using for the turn days? Are they using UTC time zone or which one?
They're using probably your times. Oh, it would be UTC. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just to calculate the turn days, because if I miss one day, there are some penalties, like 1%, but it's not so much.
It's 24 hours from the time you created or claimed the C rank.
That's right. Yeah, it doesn't roll over like by the day. It's literally
your time zone, whatever time you create.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
But even if you go over 24 hours, the second 24-hour period, you're only losing 1%. It's not like it jumps
not-
immediately to 99%. It scales up over that 7 days.
Yes. Thank you, Jack.
Yep.
All right, Honeydew. So what you're saying is there's already stuff in the scenes happening for the Zenpedia? Or it's an option or what?
Yes, the already started. All I saw was that last I saw the same page, okay, what you sent me, but the only the first page was translating for some reason. So that's the
That's
last
what I wanted to let you know. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't even go as far as the first page when I sent that message to everyone. So my bad. Yeah,
no
but if
problem.
it's being worked on, beautiful. I think
Yeah.
what's most important to me anyway is this white paper being completed ASAP for as many people as possible, you know?
Right. Well, that was the whole point of it. So this is what this is for, was to be for the Zenpedia. But now what you're proposing is to use it as a tool to aid to do the white paper, to revise the actual white paper by a human. And it's a valid point. It could be very useful as a tool. Now, my question, what I
I was
wonder
just
is,
visualizing, like, you know, in these all other chats, you know, like the Portuguese chat, for example, or you know, whatever, that one of the admins there, someone who's trusted, could utilize this and
exactly. So
post
now,
the white paper on their chat.
exactly. So now I can use this very quickly. I don't have to wait for you to do it. I can just do this, take it and click Portuguese, and I'll send it to the guy who said he spoke Portuguese yesterday and who was willing to do it
Exactly.
or to
Yep.
start doing it. And then what my question I wonder is, how could I fit this back, the new version, be French or Portuguese or other, and have it back in this kind of Zenpedia format, if instead of one big document. But either way, it's no big deal. It's just to detail that. A nice PDF is very fine.
Well, I mean, you would save it and then share it, send it to whoever it needs to be sent to, right? And it would remain in this
Right.
format.
Well, that's the question. The one you see in English right now, right? That's a PD. That's plugged into the API, and it's you see how it's in a chapter format. You can click on the chapter. You can go into different parts of the white paper. You know what I'm talking about? The first page, when you click on it, the Git
Oh,
book.
just a minute. Are we looking at Zenpedia or the white paper?
Okay, Zenpedia is not, okay, maybe I'm mistaken. It's more than the white paper. Okay, the white paper is just one of the documents.
Yeah, white paper, it appears, is like a document inserted in
Okay,
Zenpedia.
right. Okay, and what I'm seeing there,
Don't
okay,
get- That's what appears. Like, I'm the last person to be asking about all of this stuff, but that's how it appears to me.
no, it's fine. I get it. I was just, I didn't notice that. I had the impression it was the white paper broken up there that you sent me because of the title white paper. But now I'm seeing that it's only the fourth element on the Zenpedia. So then my question is, how do we get this back? I guess PDF will be the format, I'm guessing. ET
Yeah,
or
I
Zen2
think
will
it
not.
could just be sent over in a file format, and then whoever has
Yeah, it seems to be a PDF.
the ability to do it, they can, you know,
Yeah,
put it wherever they need to put it in the Zenpedia.
exactly. So now the Zenpedia here could be plugged in the API, and then maybe just the white paper element could be substituted with the one that was translated as a PDF document. Because you see how it's scrollable in the little box there? Like you can actually scroll it.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
like that's like a PDF there. So it's inserted there as an element, an object, and we could insert it back in appropriate language, and we'll let the API do all the rest of the text, those other things. What is Zen? What Zen? Why Zen is unique.
Just, yeah, like as long as the white paper is solid, then the other stuff is secondary, I think.
Right. And if you notice, like if you take notice here, if you click on like why Zen is unique, you see how the text is different? That's the Zenpedia, right? Like that's
Yep.
the right. But when you go to white paper, it's a little box with a little special document in PDF form. So that's cool. So it will be perfect. It'll fit there in the original language, but that part, the white paper, will be revised by a human. It won't be auto-generated. So that's actually perfect. It's impeccable.
Yeah, we just got to remember, like, whoever's in charge of doing this stuff, that they need to make it very clear on the white paper that Jack Levin or anybody on the Zen team did not edit this white paper, you know?
Right, right.
Hello.
Hey guys, I got a question.
Hey,
Go
who's
ahead.
Ray? Who is this? Ray?
Ray, yeah.
And
So I managed to get the change now done and the bridge as well. So I changed from then on the bridge I said Dogecoin to Dogechain, right? And then after that I connect the wallet, and then signed to see the Dogecoin deposit address and move the coins over. So change now did its job, and presumably the bridge did its job as well, because it's a transaction as well, because there's a link to check my account transaction status, and it went through. Now everything seems to have complete,
Okay.
yet I don't see anything in MetaMask.
So are you okay? So obviously you have the proper Doge chain. You put the RPC from the Zen Network website.
I put the one from the I didn't see the one on the Zen network, but I put it from the official Discord channel. Maybe I have to change some things in there. It's running WDoge. It's chain number 2000, right?
you were able to connect that wallet to the
Right.
Doge bridge, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, then your RPC is fine.
The address looks correct. I validated I verified the address.
Go look on the Block Explorer, your last transaction, see where it is, if it's in your wallet.
Yeah, it's that's a question that's really, it says from address. It gives an address there, which is not mine. Presumably it's a bridge address, and to address is it's has a nonce of like zeros, lots of zeros. Doesn't appear to be mine either. And the value is 0 Doge.
0 Doge. Damn. Are you
Yeah.
sure
That's
you
just
sent
that's
one?
just telling. It's just saying it interacted with a contract.
Okay. Did you send 100?
Yeah.
You're sure you sent over 100 Doge?
Yeah, I sent more than 100.
Okay. So let me see here.
Just to be sure, I sent more than 100. This could be the bridge interaction. That's correct. But on the address, if I just go to the dogechain.dog explorer, and I just paste, let's say, my MetaMask address, I don't see any transactions, no values, nothing inside.
Okay. Let me just check here on my Doge account. Activity. Okay, that was there. Did you go at all on the dogechain.info, the block explorer of Dogechain?
Yeah, I've done that, and transactions went through.
On the block explorer. Okay. So you have your transaction hash.
The Doge,
You have that.
Dogechain.info.
Yeah. And you have the hash. And then it says details appeared in block, number of inputs, right? And then the outputs. And then is that what you were telling me? The outputs, the two outputs with one has 0 index and one has 1 index value. And you have these two addresses that appear.
Yeah, correct. Two addresses. Let me check one of the addresses.
Yeah, they're not your address because they start with D, right?
Yeah, correct.
Right. The first
It's
one,
also done, and the value is above 100.
yeah, the
And
first
yeah,
one, the one that says unspent, right? Spending transaction on spent, amount 100 plus the amount that you sent, minus a little fee. On the first one, the index 0 output.
yeah, that's gone through. It's above 100 plus. Yeah.
100 plus, and then you have the D address. Right. And then the thing is the MetaMask, yeah, I have the same thing. If I look at my hash, let me see here. What is this? So my actual MetaMask address does not appear anywhere. Trying to find it anywhere. But all I'm getting is what appears to be the bridge address, and yet it went through. Where the 0 index that says unspent, right? Spending transaction unspent. Do you have that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Two transactions. One, both unspent.
Okay, unspent, that's the one that has the value. And then the other one, the second one, I don't know what that is. It's like 30, I have 35,562. So whatever units, I don't know what that one is.
Correct.
Right. And it's another address. And that was it. I mean, that's what my transaction looks like from beginning to start on the Doge chain info. Let me see here. Dogechain wallet. Let me try my own address. Did you try that? I'm going to try a search on blockchain info with my address and see if anything comes up. My MetaMask. You see, it says no. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to find on Dogechain Block Explorer.
If you look on the Doge, sorry, go ahead.
You know how you would, if you copy paste your wallet address in Ethereum, right? You're going to see your wallet. You're going to see the latest transactions you did. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to see that if it's possible with this. Did you try that? To see your
I tried it
latest,
and I don't see anything. I don't see any transactions. I don't see any values. I don't see any tokens. Nothing.
and you don't even see a wallet, right? It's like the wallet address isn't even a good address. That's what I'm kind of sensing here, that my address in MetaMask, is your address not the same exact one that it is on Ethereum, on any other chain?
I checked it on the bridge. It's exactly the same. So when you connect the bridge, you will connect your. So I'm changing from Dogecoin to Dogechain, correct?
Yeah.
And the top right hand corner, you should see the same address, correct?
Yeah.
And then I clicked on the MetaMask to see that it's connected, and it is correct. Everything is correct there, and the Dogecoin address is the one that starts with a D, capital D.
No, I get that. So look, do you have the Dogechain info in front of you, that the Block Explorer page?
Yeah, I have that.
Okay, so you see on the right side the search box?
Dogechain info search box. Yeah.
Right. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out with you. Would you not think it says type here to search? Would you not think that's where, for example, you could paste your address to go see what's up with your address, with your wallet, like an Etherscan, or maybe not. Maybe it's somewhere else we have to do that. I wanted to paste, I just tried to paste my address. Did you try pasting your address in there?
Which address? The 0x address will work. It gives you a 404. I will try
Exactly.
now with the D
Exactly.
address.
But the D address is not your address. The D address is the bridge address. Now let's forget about the bridge 1 second. And I'm just trying to figure out, how do we see our own wallet on Dogechain? In the same way that we do it on Ethereum, Polygon, Binance, how can we just go see our address on the blockchain of Doge? I'm not even able to do that at this point. So it's hard to see what's, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, completely.
Yeah. So I think that's the first thing we need to just figure out, is how to see our Doge wallet on the blockchain of Doge. That D address is not our wallet. That's the bridge. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah, I think I found it. Let me just test here, but it's completely another site. It's called explorer.dogechain.doge. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, I used that as well. I found, and there's no transactions for mine. 0 transactions when I paste my address.
Okay,
Explorer.dogechain.dog.
right, explorer.dogechain.doc. So I just did my address there, and what I'm getting is 0 transactions, 0 transfers, 0 gas used. Okay, and yet I actually minted on Doge. So how could it be 0 gas used? 0 tokens, and yet my balance gives me my appropriate Doge amount. The balance, the first entry. Do you see it?
Balance. I see last balance update, but
Well,
I
just the
see.
first
Yeah, now I just refreshed it and now it arrived. Okay,
there.
now I see a balance.
Yeah.
That's very strange. It took quite some, because it didn't appear earlier. Maybe the bridge was really slow. Okay, but I don't see it now. I don't see it. I see it on the Explorer, the block Explorer, which is, I'm happier, but
Yeah.
I don't see it on the MetaMask.
Okay. So yeah, it's there. I would just I'd change some chains and come back to it. But obviously it's there. Your balance is there.
Yeah, it's funny because everything was confirmed earlier, and I refreshed it many times and I didn't see a balance. Now when I do a page refresh again, I see the balance of the balance is in Doge, DOG, right?
Yeah, me too. Yeah. But all the rest is zeroed out, which is weird because I
All the
did.
rest zero out, no transactions,
Yeah, same thing.
no
And I
no
minted.
coin balance history, nothing.
I
Everything is zero.
actually sent some Doge to another wallet from it, and I actually minted with it, and it still says 0. transactions or transfers. So something's up with that, but the balance is there. So
Yeah, I just have to. I don't know what I have to do with the MetaMask. I'll just to try and fiddle around with it.
yeah. Oh, I just refreshed it. That's weird. That's weird because I mean this dates from like 2 days ago or yesterday, and I just went there for the first time and it was zeroed out. Now I refresh it and now I have 2 transactions, 174,000 gas used. So yeah, something's up.
Looks like even the block explorer is a little bit delayed in the updates.
So yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm quite certain I'm actually wonder if you couldn't even do a transaction. I wonder if that zero that you see in MetaMask even matters at all. If the coins are there when it initiates a transaction, it might. I don't think it's looking at that zero. It's looking at the blockchain.
Yeah, I just restarted the browser. Cleared the cache. Restarted the browser. It's not updating. It's weird. Let's see what happens in the other things. I'll be back.
Okay.
Hey, Ray, did you look at the history?
Yeah,
on
I
the-
looked at
on
the
the
history.
Doge Bridge? Does it show your
Yeah,
transaction right there?
Yep. Everything is there. Now it's suddenly appeared in the Doge chain .dog explorer that I have the balance, no transactions. It just took a really long time for it to appear, and MetaMask is not displaying it at all. So maybe I should fiddle around with MetaMask. So I know it's there because the blockchain explorer gives me the correct balance, but it
Maybe
took
you can go
a
try.
while to appear.
You
It
can
took a
maybe
while to
just try
appear.
real quick. You can try maybe just see if Chainlist, like go to chainlist.org and see if the add RPC option is grayed out, or if you could actually add it. Just I don't know. I don't think there's another RPC, but maybe I check that.
So can I ask you, Ray, when you first went in there onto the Block Explorer, even though you saw it in the history on the bridge site, you didn't see it in the Block Explorer?
Well, there are two different block explorers here, right? I verified that it was on from the change now. I verified that on the Doge native Doge Explorer transaction went through, confirmed. I verified that that on the bridge the transaction was confirmed. I also verified that on the bridge transaction went through. I verified that on the blockchain explorer. Finally, I verified. I took my address from MetaMask and put it into the Doge chain .dog explorer, and nothing
Yep.
came out. Even though all the transactions went through, nothing came out. And according to the bridge, my transaction was successful. But just didn't take. It just didn't appear. The balance didn't appear. It was zero. Then after maybe about 5 minutes, I guess, from the time I did from the time I saw that it was a successful bridge transfer, then it appeared, the balance appeared, but now I don't see it on the MetaMask. But I'm okay now because I know it's definitely on the blockchain.
Okay. The reason I'm
on
asking
my
you is because
address.
I just went through the same process, and I can see I'm kind of experiencing the exact same thing. I can see that it finished going across change now. It shows me that, you know, that the transaction finished. Exchange took 12 minutes. Then I go over to the Doge chain, and I can look at what am I looking at? Check my account transaction status. And in my history, it shows that the time, the date, you know, exactly how many received, the transaction ID, everything like that. It says completed. And then I also go to the Explorer, and there's nothing in the Explorer showing, and there's nothing showing in the MetaMask balance. So I'm duplicating exactly what's happening to you. You just got there first. But I also don't yet see it in the Explorer. In the Explorer, the explorer.dogechain.dog with my MetaMask address. It doesn't show up.
And FYI, I tried to mint some Zen and it tells you insufficient balance.
So it's not yet registering as in your address then, even though you're now seeing it on the Block Explorer. I'm not seeing it on the Block Explorer.
Yeah. So I don't see my W Doge.
But this also says actually received. And I look in the history, it says actually received, and it tells me the amount of, and it says Doge coin, not Doge chain. It says Doge coin.
Which Explorer are you talking about?
I'm not the Explorer. The history in the Doge bridge.
Oh yeah, that's right. But on the dogechain.dog Explorer, I finally saw that balance, and the balance is indicated as Doge, DOG. But that took time for that to appear. But even though it's appearing there, I've refreshed my browser, stuff like that, shut it down, restarted, and I still don't see it in MetaMask. Weird.
Yeah, that's strange. Like I've never seen that. So something's likely going on with your MetaMask, I would think. Like it's
I have a duplicate MetaMask. I open in a different browser as well, completely different
Yeah, I'm
browser,
seeing
and
it,
yeah.
but I'm getting the exact same results he is. I'm
right.
just
So where are
behind him.
you at? Where are you at, Jack, in the process?
Okay, on the, hold on one second. Now the Explorer showing some details here. Inputs, outputs. Okay, it's showing the outputs, unspent outputs are showing up in the D address.
Okay, so
That-
you're
that-
on the yeah. So that's the Doge chain, the native Doge block explorer, right? And it's talking about the D address, and you have two outputs, right? 0 index and 1.
Yep.
The first one, the 0 index, is what is the amount? Is the amount what you sent?
Yep. And then
Okay.
there's,
That's
so that's unspent. It says unspent.
good. It's good. That one looks exactly like mine and Ray's. So now
The other one,
the other
the
one
other one
with your
actually shows more. It's showing a higher balance, but it's so index 0 is showing the unspent, and index 1, this is in the output side. is showing,
Okay, but the other one doesn't have that though. So now, did you go to the EVM Block Explorer, not the native Block Explorer?
yeah, hold on. I did, and that one shows so far nothing.
Try it again.
Everything's
Try it again. Refresh the page. Rate
oh
was
yeah.
that
Now
0?
it's showing the balance.
There you go.
But let's see if it shows up in MetaMask. Yeah, still not showing up in MetaMask.
So you both are having the same
Yep.
issue at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
It's as
And
if,
it was
you
that
know
was
what,
real
guys?
delayed. That
You
was
know what,
really
guys?
delayed, like 15, 20 minutes coming into the EVM side.
I think I know what this is. It seems to me the only place it can be coming from is the RPC. Something, you know, the RPC address that you guys put in the meta.
Yeah. I'll delete, hold on, I'll just delete the RPC.
Well, it could be
And,
that it's not good, but it could be it's lagging or something. It's
Hold on, I just delete
maybe
it,
there's a
and then
problem
I'll
with
go
the
back
server.
to the Zen site and I'll let Zen install it.
And there might be other RPs. Well, there might be, I don't know, alternate ones that could be used, but maybe not because it's so new and there's so few validators and all that. But
Oh, there are about
You-
6
you-
alternate ones. I've
Oh,
done 2 already, and it's not working. So I'm
just
going to try
using
on the third.
the RPC Doge chain.dog with the chain ID of 2000.
Yeah, I tried that. That doesn't work. Money deals. What RPC are you using? Can you read if you don't mind?
yeah. Let me check. I would bet I'll check, but I probably have the 2000. Okay.
No, the RPC URL. The chain ID should be the exact same, regardless of the URL that you
Oh, no,
use.
I know, but isn't there one that ends with 2000 there? Okay, I'll check.
Yeah, the chain ID is 2000.
Right. Oh, okay, the chain. Okay, I thought, sorry, thought that was part of the RPC.
It is part of the RPC settings.
Okay. Where is it? I'm on my computer now. I've been between mobile. Okay. This one, it's on in advanced? No, networks. Okay, got it. Networks should be there.
I mean, I could go look at chainlist.org and see what they're listing.
Okay, mine is yeah, RPO US, RPO US Doge chain dot Doge dog. Yeah. Chain ID
What
2000.
did you wait? What did you say the server address was?
RPO hyphen US dot dogechain dot dog.
That's got to be RPC dash US.
What did I say? What did I
RPO.
say? Oh, sorry, RPC.
The only one that's showing that it's got a good score is the dogechain.anchor.com, ANKR.
So is yours different? Is your RPC the US?
Well, there's multiple different. No, mine's well, it was the same as yours. I just changed it to the HTTPS:// dogechain.ankr.com. And it'll still
Okay.
be the same
ID.
ID.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that
But
was
all
my only reasoning would be the URL there. Something's lagging. But my amount, I wouldn't know because my amount would already have been in my MetaMask. So, there's no reason that it would zero out of that. Let me see here, though. There's something. Let me see this.
Yeah, I changed it to the exact RPC as yours is not working. The balance is not showing up.
You know what I don't have, though, is an icon. Let me see. Is this generalized? I don't have an icon. My icon is blank. My Doge is there, the number, but as I said, I already had it. But it's not able to load the icon. Do you guys have the same issue? No icon? On top of Doge, like normally you would see the coin, like Ethereum.
Yeah, that's
Bun-
right. No icon.
Right. It's as if it's blank. And you see the number's there because I guess it's in memory. It's just in my MetaMask. So there's no reason it would change if there's no connection with the server. But the icon isn't able to load itself.
It might be that your balance is being loaded from cache as well, like browser cache. So
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
you clear your cache and then shut your browser down, restart it. It might not be there anymore.
I'm really getting the feeling that there's a problem with the RPC. Like temporary,
Yeah.
probably.
I'm just trying a different one right now. So, yep, this one worked. So I can see the balance in the MetaMask.
Which
You
one is
gotta
that?
use that.
Please share.
Okay, it's the one that, hold on. Get back to it. It's everything is the same except the URL, right? So just do https://dogechain.ankr.com. The others all appear to be down right now.
Oh wow! Can you please copy that into the chat?
Sure.
Thanks.
Let's see. Okay, there, I just pasted it in the chat.
This is one URL I haven't seen. Where do you get that from?
Chainlist.org. Did you get it?
Yep, balance turns up.
Yeah.
I just tried it, but the icon still doesn't work. So maybe the icon is another issue. Do you guys get the little icon, Doge coin?
Let me look. I just wanted to correct that so everybody knew what the hell that was that I just pasted there. No, I don't get no icon. It's just a blank circle, blank white
Yeah.
circle.
Yeah,
But
same.
I do see my balance.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Cool.
And all the others have a red mark, red dot next to them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different URLs, RPC server URLs. And the only one that's got a green dot next to it is this one.
Okay. So I put that one. I mean, it seems to be the toughest of the bunch.
But hey, it works. So probably should tag, who all are in here for admins? Is ET in here? Senzu's not in here. I'll just tag them with this because they should probably change the settings that automatically populate from the Zen page. Why is it such hit and miss in Telegram to bring up ET's at username? I can never remember what it is. Same with Senzu's. Is Jack Levin's at Mr. Jack Levin?
Yeah, and ET
What's
AT changed, but it's similar at Earth _com.
COM?
Yeah, Earth Zen Earth _com. The Zen Earth he's not using.
Is it Zen Earth or just Earth? It's so
Zen Earth.
annoying. Telegram won't just pull these up when I type at and then just start to type like ET. It should bring me up.
Well, no,
It's
it's
not doing it.
No, it's ET is Zen Earth.
Zen Earth. Just that's it. Just Zen Earth.
Yeah,
XEN
you just
Earth.
yeah, soon. Yeah, I guess it's annoying because there's a lot of Zens in this.
Yeah, right. Well, it's not even that. It's like I want to type at ET and have it bring up the username, but it
Yeah, it
won't
doesn't
find
work
them.
like that.
Like just
Yeah,
it
no,
it,
doesn't
it does
work like that.
sometimes. It's just not right now. It does. It actually does sometimes. It's supposed to work that way. It's
Really,
annoying when it
thought that
doesn't.
was just
Yeah, yeah.
in like small telegrams where there's not much options, so it kind of comes out. But
I mean, if you
there's a
just
lot
type the
of
at, you can scroll through the entire user list. But if you don't know what the username starts in, sometimes it won't pull them up. And other times it will. It's
Right.
just
No, I
annoying.
guess you're right. Yeah, it does do a kind of alphabetical thing. If it doesn't find an at, it'll go for the others. Yeah, it prioritizes the ats and then it moves on if there's none.
But what I'm saying is sometimes you can put in at and a capital E and ET will be right at the top of the list. And other times you type at E and like now and it
No,
won't bring up
right.
ET at
No,
all.
that's because oh no, he's ET. Okay, I thought he had the little Earth symbol there, but no, I guess you're right. It could work, but
It just works sometimes and doesn't others. And I'm
yeah.
never prepared when it doesn't work by knowing the person's actual at name if it's different than their username.
Yeah.
So what is Senzu's at name?
Ackborn, ACK. Let me see.
See, it won't even bring it up by that.
At Akbom, ACKBOM.
Bomb. Yeah, bomb.
ACKBOM.
Send to Akbom. Yeah, it's not like obvious. But if you do Zenzu, actually, it does just him. He's the only one. ET doesn't work though.
No, ET is the one that gives me the most headache, and I just need to remember Zen Earth.
Right, and mine I'm noticing is kind of a headache too. It doesn't work.
ET is couple times. He used to be at pulse price in the beginning.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hey, so I started to translate in French and Portuguese, but I don't know if maybe I should focus on only one.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, Gandalf is the guy, huh? Awesome.
So
What's
great.
the best?
Listen, we were working on the workflow and we have a nice solution here. But if you're already started, I mean, that's great.
But I heard someone from the Portuguese was also doing the translation.
Oh yeah? From
I don't know.
no.
No. So what the best? I do Portuguese or French or both?
Uh Portuguese likely, because French I can do like whatever. If you did some, fine, and you can just I won't do that part, but I can continue on that one. Portuguese I can't, so might as well do the Portuguese.
All right then. So I'm gonna do the Portuguese one because I started the French.
Okay, perfect. So listen, I'm just gonna send you something and check it out if it's helpful for you. But I think it might be. Are you on a computer or on a mobile when you do this?
On the mobile, but you sent me already something like 2 days ago.
Right, but I'll send you something else that Dennison just prepared, plugged into an API, and you'll be able to see it. Instead of using Hotmail, it uses Google Docs. And what it does, it kind of, you open up the original PDF, you go to edit in Google Docs, and you have it in the exact same format as the original white paper, and you can translate it in one swoop in Portuguese. So the whole thing is translated in the same format, and then you can start editing any mistakes that the translator made.
Perfect. Okay, you
I'll
can
send
send
that.
me this.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you, Gandalf.
My pleasure.
A true wizard.
So
Okay,
Yeah,
well, that
sorry.
wasn't totally easy, was it?
what, the Doge or the
Yeah,
the-
getting the Doge in there and registered and recognized so that you can actually do something with it. Just saying that wasn't totally easy, but hey, we're there.
yeah, it's exciting to be on Doge for some reason. I've never had any kind of Doge. Well, no, what am I saying? I've had every kind of Doge except the real Doge.
When your cursor isn't where you think it is. Now, let's. Is Doge up to 410 days? 420 days. Where's it at? 436 days. No. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. 3 days, almost 6 million. That's 2 million a day almost. That far exceeds everything else that's been done. Polygon is at like 600,000 a day. I think
Is that down to like gas? Do you think, in terms of like
I think it's
why?
down to user count, really honestly. I think those people are, you know, more interested in something like this and probably looking for something to do on their new chain.
But it's not necessarily, although that there's fundamentals beyond like the price and stuff like that, and that's not all important. Those popular chains don't have much liquidity, so they're being minted, but there's no kind of like market a bit.
Yeah. Even Phantom was only 500,000 a day for the last 6 days. Doge chain is blowing everything else away in terms of how many addresses minted per day. It's blowing everything else away. And not by a small number, by twice.
Why do you think that those chains have less friction with gas, but yet they're not as popular in terms of like the liquidity stuck over on the Ethereum side, but it's like cheaper to transact and stuff? Like,
Yeah, it's the way they're configured for the price, if that's what you mean by less friction. You mean why?
what I'm talking about, you know, how you've got like say Spooky Swap or gas is say a cent, but to do a Uni swap it costs $5 or so on Ethereum. Yet the liquidity tends to be still bounded
Right.
by that. So you're seeing other chains being more popular, like Polygon has minted the most, Dogechain, but it doesn't transpire to kind of like liquidity. The liquidity hasn't moved or
Well,
gone, hey,
there's no
actually,
liquidity. There's not much liquidity providers because the way those chains are configured, they're configured differently. They're still EVMs and ultimately clones of Ethereum, but they're configured differently, and they are configured in a way that the price is cheaper, but they don't have the same security level as Ethereum. So big amounts of liquidity and big amounts simply tend to go to Ethereum for security purposes. It's not just about the fees, in other words. Like Polygon is cheap, but it doesn't have the same amount of liquidity.
When did I mention Doji just trailing Phantom? Was that just a couple hours ago? It's like 500,000 more global ranks above Phantom already in just that small amount of time.
Wait, which one?
Doge was just barely trailing Phantom like a couple hours ago, and now it's 500,000 ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought it had exceeded, but I guess I underestimated FTM.
I think it's going to be neck and neck with Polygon in a couple days.
Yeah.
EAA is
There's
the
no reason that it not to be
4.2%.
bullish. Someone said, I forget who, but I remember saying at the beginning that they thought it would not work. But I don't understand why it wouldn't, because it's Doge, you know?
Oh,
Uh,
it's a perfect fit for Zen. I mean it's perfect.
yeah, yeah. And then there's SHIB that could be another perfect fit. So I wonder if Jack is going to bring that to the table soon. Although it's small, it's probably not capable for now. But I think there's a good amount of wallets. There's not so much validators. Um, but SHIB, yeah.
So are you in contact with the other language groups, or is that ET or Zensu or someone
We're
else?
talking,
Or
since today I'm in the Indonesian group. Like I'm not, trying to get in all the groups. So there's no need for now. ET as well. Uh, I think ET. I don't know what's happening with the Chinese exactly, but yeah, Indonesian and Indonesian is good. Vietnam is good. I think I forget if Indonesian was even better than Vietnam, but they're into crypto. So Indonesian could be a good one as a next.
yeah, as long as there's trustworthy admins over there.
Yeah,
I
well, I
mean, it's
mean,
really not a
like,
lot of work to get this white paper going, hopefully anyway. Just need a couple things.
but it's like, yeah, you're right. But it's kind of just starting, right? Like the channels themselves, like that. At least there's that. The channels, the French channel, the Spanish channel, the Indonesian channel. They're not huge numbers. Like Zen Indonesian has 119 members. Zen French is quite small. Zen Spanish as well. Uh, but yeah,
Is it the pin message, the groups and various languages? I'd like to join.
sure. I'll send you links. I'll post them in the main chat actually.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if you can pin them on the top. I think.
Actually, I don't have to do anything. You can just type in the main chat. I think the trigger is languages. So exclamation point languages. I'll just check here. Forget. Mm. So do you see that in the chat? Okay, you see the list, Ray?
Yeah, the lists, but
Yeah, you see it says other groups, so it's not languages. You just type pasta.
yeah, I see that.
The
But
way it is. There's
not the
actually
languages
more.
mentioned, I guess.
I know. So if I do French, it's not in the list. I wanted to talk to ET about that. Why the other groups is not complete. So if I go French, I think it's French and not Francais, but we'll see. Okay, you see that?
Yeah, I got it.
There. Then I can do Espanol. Okay, that one comes out differently. Right, that's his link. Then let's see if Indonesian is in the list. Because the thing is, we're vetting them one by one. We're not just adding them in. But we're joining first, seeing that everything is safe and legit. Okay, so Indonesian is too recent to be in the list. But he'll get in the list, I would think. Even Jack is in the Indonesian, possibly the Vietnamese. So we're several, just keeping an eye, making sure no scams going on. It's harder when it's in a language that none of us speak. I talked with the admins, a few comments in Indonesian. I like these flags. I was looking this morning, I was trying to find the flag maker automatic, but there doesn't seem to be any. So I'm gonna have to do it manually. It's not a big deal, but I like this. You see this format? I find it very cool. The Indonesian is like this as well. Here, I'll share you the Indonesian, even though it's not on the list yet. So the Indonesian does a very similar thing. What do you guys think of that? I found that this would be kind of cool if it became a kind of standardized, instead of just the X, I like with the flag personally. Gives it a very official kind of international feel.
Is the Doge chain just clogged up, or is it just really slow?
Transactions not passing?
They're passing through, they're just slow.
Okay.
Gosh, I've heard that from a couple places, but I mean, I did maybe 20 minutes and it was just lightning fast for me on different days and everything. Like I couldn't click around on my wallet fast enough before the transaction was done.
I'm not having that experience. And it could be this RPC.
Yeah, I have
Having the same.
I have noticed that certain RPC. Yeah, where did I read that? It might have been on blockchain. What is it, info or whatever? There's different options for different RPCs. That might help.
Yeah, we just played with it to get the only one that would show our balance.
I mean, if you don't know where the RPC is, and it's really not a good location for you internet-wise, it's not going to be great. So that one, it was green, but maybe it's not an ideal one. Or you are.
Maybe not. I wish MetaMask would allow you to edit the RPC that's already in.
Did you have an issue with the French channel by any chance, Ray? Is it just because you didn't complete the math problem?
Oh yeah, I forgot to complete the math problem. I got kicked out, right? I'll check again.
Yeah, it's really frustrating because the other one that probably Dennison you're using, the RPC is unable to see the balances. When I switch to that RPC, I get a 0 Doge balance.
There's no Chinese one yet, right?
Vetted? No. It's somewhat challenging, that one. But ET is on it, like more or less. I don't know how it's going for him. Our plan is to make some announcement channels where we can have some translated material, but it's people can't chat, right? So there can't be any scams or anything like that, but people will be able to get information, and then we can add bots that respond to triggers, which will be able to trigger videos or images with specific information written on them, and interact with those channels in several languages. And that's in the meantime of finding some admins trustworthy that want to take charge of those channels. But the Chinese, there was very early on, there were some Chinese channels, but we can't trust them.
Yeah, no luck. I can't get I can't get MetaMask to recognize the token balance in any other RPC. And this one's just like slower than molasses.
I'm just guessing, but if you go to the Doge TG, I guess there's going to be talk about this.
Man, do I have to go to the Doge chat? Really?
Doge chat is a mess over there.
What's it called? Search for Doge. It just brings up Doge Bonk, Doge Elon Mars, and Doge Bot.
Called Doge
Doge
Chain Official.
Doge.dog. If I had to guess.
Doge Chain
I can
Official.
put it over to you real quick if you want it.
I got it. I think 35,000 members. Let's see. No, this counts.
Discord, right? There's a Discord channel, right?
That's a scam.
Yeah, the TG. Well, the TG, if it's 35,000, it grew a lot since Zen. Because as Zen came out, they were around
Okay,
24, 25. Okay, no, they're still 25.
It's still at 25, yeah.
Dennison, send it to me, DM. Thank you. Yeah, that's a totally different one. That's got 25,000 members in it. So t.me/Doge chain official. Zen minting really made my transaction stuck, either on pending or transaction record failed to create.
So I'm still trying. I still haven't figured it out over there, Jack. The community decided to burn like 80% of the existing DC tokens, if I'm not mistaken. I'm still totally confused about it, but I'm guessing that's kind of what's, what explains that huge 100x pump from last week, specifically on the DC token or coin or
Says,
whatever.
yeah, I just read a comment that says, what happened if team continued to burn another 50% total supply when Bun Rule? I don't know what Bun Rule is, but maybe he means Bull Run. Somebody responds to him, says, then you can buy your kid new glasses. They have quick swap over here on Doge chain.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the bigger liquidity, or one at least of the bigger ones. That one and I think Kibble Swap is the other.
Kibble swap. That's funny.
Go on Dex Screener, you'll see all four of them. And there's another one which is the original one. I'm not sure of how the liquidity is there. It's not the Doge swap. It's not the original one.
Yeah, my last transaction's been stuck for about 5 minutes. So maybe I have to look through the pinned. Max supply 200 billion DC. Well, maybe Elon will tweet us out if he realizes that Zen is clogging up the Doge chain. But they appear to know
Yeah.
about Zen.
I mean, if those users could get themselves some nice bags of Zen, well, that'll just be, incentivizing for Elon to, appreciate the Zen, I would think. I mean, the users will be happy to have it in their bag. So, no good reason to FUD it. How would you say, Jack, from what you know, is going to be an incentive on a chain like Doge for there to be more validators and for it to grow at the infrastructure level?
Well, they could make my transaction go through. That'd be a great start. It's just stuck.
I suspect it's Star PC, seriously. I mean, it's part of it, but
Yeah, but I can't get any of the other RPC URLs to even see the balance. So it has to have something to do with this. I'm guessing this is a fairly new token. That's this EVM token.
Yeah, it's a few months.
Well, you think 2 months they'd have it together by now. This network's not, I mean, like my experience, it's not really working. But I don't know, somebody's minted,
no, but something's up.
minted 3 million addresses, right? So it's working for somebody.
No, something's up. It seems to me like there's a critical node there that's out of service. Something's going on.
Think we broke it? 5
Well,
million,
I'm
3,
thinking
3,
the RPC.
3.25 million transactions. We broke their network. That's only 3
No,
days.
no, not the network. The RPC
EVM?
routing. I don't know how they're doing it, but if there's a major node in the internet that's routing these RPCs and they happen to be using the same, I mean, it just could be bad luck.
Yeah. Try it tomorrow. See what's up.
Lead, it's not like 7 out of 8 RPCs that are out of service. Like you'd have 1 or 2 maybe.
I had 2 input in my wallet and they both worked fine.
Which ones were you
I think
using?
it's the RPC that's giving you the lag somehow. I'm suspecting, although it's quite a long lag for it to be the internet.
my internet's working fine. It's
Right, but then what happens? Okay, so what happens if all the other RPCs are out, and what are the validators? Maybe the validators are not adjusting quick enough. Because what if they're out of service? So now there's just like a few validators that are plugged and having to deal with everything.
that could be.
Yeah.
I mean, a million transactions a day from us plus going through there.
Like what if
That's
there's
just
12
just
of the
Zen.
validators are sleeping now, and for some reason, because there's 7 out of 8 RPCs which are not seemingly connected to the internet, they're not reconfiguring themselves. So the thing is running on like one leg out of 8.
Well, I'll try tomorrow and I'll switch over to a couple different ones. I put 2 or 3 of them in my list so I can just pop through them and see if they see my balance. The first thing they have to do is be able to see my balance. If they can't see my balance, I can't do a transaction because it says that I don't have any balance. I don't have enough gas,
But
insufficient
it's
gas.
just basically, so the calculation for the validators, is it basically what it boils down to is you take the amount of coins and the gas and the transactions, and it adds up to a
Well,
certain amount of money of gas spent on the network. And so that kind of determines how many validators are interested in acting as a validator, I guess.
Okay, so here's a message from an admin called Dogechain Bot. So maybe this is their version of Rose. It says if you are experiencing performance issues or your wallet balances aren't loading in MetaMask, please try changing your MetaMask RPC server to any one of the following. And it lists Dogecoin.dog, RPC Doge at us.dogecoin.dog, RPC01-SG.dogecoin.dog, RPC02-SG.dogechain.dog, RPC03-SG.dogechain.dog,
Were
and
those were they in your
RPC.
list?
I don't think I used any of these SGs,
They weren't in
so
your
I can
list.
try. And then RPC-SG Dogechain.dog, and then it lists the anchor RPC endpoint.
Okay.
I don't know what happens if you try and change the network while a transaction is pending either. And so
That I don't think that's has anything to do with it, because it's just the internet part of it, and then it's on blockchain. So your address, yeah, I don't see why that would like what do you think it's going to lose itself in the internet part?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not one of them guys that does the
Yeah, but when you
server
update,
shit. So
when you'd refresh, you would read the blockchain nonetheless. Like it'll be written on the blockchain. If your packet is sent, then it goes to the validators, the blockchain is get written there. Then when you want the information, what's up on the blockchain, even if you're using another provider, you'll still
I'm
be
gonna
reading
try
the
another one
blockchain.
right now. Try one of these SGs. RPC01 SG. Dog. Hey, that one sees my balance. Let's try that. When I go to speed up the transaction, it won't let me because it says insufficient funds. Hey, but it sees my balance. That's a start. Let's reset. And lock it. Log back in.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Jack.
Hello, how you doing? Okay, that looks like it may have cleared my transaction. Let's just try it again.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey,
How are you?
Cash.
Hey,
So,
that's working. That one works way better.
What's up?
yeah, which chain would you guys recommend the most? That'll be have probably most valuable in the future. 'Cause I see a lot of
Everybody
chains.
mostly is guessing Ethereum, but kind of anybody's guess right
Ethereum.
now. Doge chain seems to be
Yeah,
leading the
Doge.
pack in transactions per day.
I see. Have you
You can
guys
get
have
the
you guys
right
tried to mint?
RPC.
Have you tried to mint using Trust Wallet?
Nope, I haven't.
Yes.
I have. Some have, yeah.
Oh, so it's working fine with Trust Wallet?
I haven't tried.
Oh,
Yep.
The problem with
working
Trust
fine.
Wallet is Trust Wallet doesn't allow you to change RPCs, does it?
No, he already has a lot of chains on it. You don't have Doge chain, for example, but you do have Fmos. You do have what else? You don't have Moonbeam. You have
So
BSC.
you can only use networks that they've already added RPCs to.
That's correct. And
Okay.
you can only add tokens if the chains are there.
all right. Thank you.
Is Ray still on here?
Yeah, Ray speaking.
Oh, hey, this SG, this RPC 01-SG dot Doge. Shit, what was it? Hold on. Dot Doge chain dot dog. It's working. It sees the balances and it's actually working the transactions through at a halfway decent rate. They're not hanging up at least.
You say RPC 01-SG.dogechain.dog?
Yes. Everything else is the
I tried
same.
that earlier. It wasn't working earlier, but I tried that. But yeah, thanks
Oh, okay.
for
Well,
letting
try it
me know.
again because it's working now.
Is it at normal speed or much lower than
No, it's
the other one?
way better than the Anchor one. I'm literally
Okay,
getting
thanks, man.
transactions through on this one. So
Sounds very unstable because I tried that earlier and it just didn't even have the balance. So, and now
well,
you tell me it's
they're admitting
working
they're
right.
having some problems. you know, that they're not, I don't think they're denying they're having some problems. I think maybe we might be clogging up their throughput. Maybe they can't handle 1 million transactions.
You mean while they're
Right.
trying to fix it, right? While they're trying to fix it, we are clogging it up.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I got it working. These seem to be going through at what I would consider normal speed. I hate to even attempt to play with adjusting the fees.
Why? On the upside, obviously.
I finally got something working. It kind of feels good. I think I'm just going to stick with working. Yeah, these are going through pretty quick. Just crossed 6 million. EAA went down to 4%.
Are you talking about DC?
Yep.
Oh, Joe's dashboard here is reading 4.4 million.
No, 6,006,004 is the global rank right now.
Jack, this is funny because your Anchor RPC is working better than the Singapore one.
Really. Well, I think I'm going to just stay right here where I'm at, where it's working.
And guess where I'm geographically located? Singapore.
Oh, that's funny because I'm in North America. It's working better.
Oh
for
yeah,
me.
but I'm running a VPN as well. I forgot that. Yeah.
Yeah, so am I, but not from around halfway around the world or anything.
Are you talking? Are you still talking about the global rank?
We can. We're just kind of talking about everything in general.
Oh no, I just thought you talking about how it was at 6, but I also do see a little bit of a lag for DC on Joe's front end.
Yeah, it's got to be lagging, but it's taken time even on the Zen front end. It's taken time to after the transaction goes through to actually load the data. It's like you query and it doesn't find it. You have to keep refreshing. Query it doesn't find it. It takes a while.
Yeah, I'm getting 4.4 million on Zen.network as well.
Well, I'm minting in the 6 million range.
Huh.
Maybe different locations play a factor. You know what I mean? A lag. You
Oh,
would think
2
so.
million, 2 million global rank? I hope not.
Yeah, I don't think
We're
that's
still talking about DC, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
am.
Yeah, I'm getting the same numbers on Zen.network and .fyi.
Let's see what the dashboard says. Dashboard on mine says 6,020,000. That's right in line with what I'm minting.
It's kind of pointing to an
I wonder-
internet problem. So what you're reading the data from the blockchain, ultimately it's being sent by someone on the blockchain, a validator or whatever, through an RPC. But if the RPC is dead, I guess you're getting old info on your browser or something.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm on the SG RPC and it's moving fast and it's recording 6 million and my transactions are popping through pretty consistent.
Yeah, it's definitely different. I'm over here. I see global ranks at 3 million. So yeah, it's definitely something not.
That's whack.
Yeah, and the midterms like changing from like 100 to 424. Still on Joe's front end page.
Oh, okay. He must be reading from one of the downed RPCs. So I'm guessing the front end reads off the same RPCs.
Are you actually seeing, you guys who have the lagging data, do you actually see it change? Or it's stuck with what's in your cache or something? Because it might not be getting data.
I'm watching it. Yeah, I'm watching it change on .fyi. Let me see here. 485.
Well, I'm actually minting them and I'm getting in the 6 million range. We're just over 6,020,000 right now. And the only thing I'm getting any lag on is just it refreshing the data when my mint transaction goes through. It takes a while. We're at 633 now. These things they're putting in like 20,000 a minute. Here, I'll tell you just a second. Well, maybe second was wrong. Maybe just I'll tell you just a minute. Maybe it's more like 20,000. It's about 10,000 a minute. It's just taking me roughly about 2 minutes to clear a mint from one address to the next. And the global rank is jumping by about 20,000.
That VPN definitely play a factor.
Yeah, it's having a hard time refreshing the data. That's it. That's my lag. Like I could be doing these faster. The transactions are going through, but it's not. When it queries the data for the, you know, the global rank and all the numbers, it's like taking 30 seconds, 40 seconds to be able to get the data. There we go. 6,046,000. And that was, well, that's a little bigger delay. That was about 4 minutes between them. And that was a jump of 12,200 global ranks. So it slowed down there. Still, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, I think it's closer to 5 5,000-6,000 a minute.
I think I'm starting to run into the stuff you guys were talking about. I tried to send a batch of Doge to another address, and the Explorer says that the transaction is confirmed, but it's not showing that's the case in my MetaMask here.
Yeah, just wait. It's lagging, and some of the RPCs just aren't picking it up. You can try changing the RPCs, but watch the block Explorer. It's just lagging.
Yeah, it just popped up.
A
Yeah, I
lot of
already
these
have two
transactions, I'm
RPCs.
moving from one address to another, and there's like a 30-40 second delay in the tokens getting there after the transaction says cleared.
I just want to see C rank thing for myself. That's why I'm doing this.
Yeah, my C rank is 6 million something.
I think we're taxing their system. Because the delays are getting a little longer here. Looks like the fees just went up a little bit too.
Yes, I concur. Having the same experience here.
Got a bunch of Doge fans in here now, huh? I did one on the first day and I got a C rank of 4,000, I believe. Then jumped in later and there was like two millions or something like that.
I don't even try and get there early anymore. I don't even want to. I don't even want to get there until we pass them first 5,000 addresses.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if I had Doge, because I was jumping through all these hoops to actually get onto the Doji network.
I minted my first addresses tonight in the 400 range. I'm fine with that. I'm waiting. This feels like using the Telos network because I'm sitting here waiting for MetaMask to catch up with the blockchain. That's exactly like Telos when you're using their EVM. The transactions go fast as you can click, faster than you can click, really. And then you go sit and wait for MetaMask to catch up to the data. Because it's like it's so used to a like a 10-second block. And so I think it refreshes itself every 5 seconds or something. And so when you start using MetaMask on a blockchain that has half-second block times, it's like, it's so annoying. You're like waiting 5 times longer for MetaMask to refresh and catch up than you are for your transaction to go through. The transactions feel literally instantaneous. Like your mind can't process it as fast as the blockchain does. It's really bizarre.
Yeah, but even on the Block Explorer, it seems a little bit slow for this one. I don't know if you're having the same experience.
Yeah, it's lagging further now. It's like just keeps getting slower. I'm doing these last 2 and I'm gonna quit. It's just getting.
You guys are unlucky because I was hearing the opposite from a few people. Like, man, Doge is so fast I couldn't keep up. Denison was one of them, but there was other ones.
That's all right. We're getting a better deal.
I wonder what the backstory is like for for the validators on all these chains that see Zen coming. It's like, oh damn it, Zen is coming. Like, how are we gonna handle
Shit, they
this?
just announced Zen's gonna launch on our chain in 10 days. We need to get our infrastructure up. They're gonna expose us.
Exactly. Well, it's a good thing. It's great test.
And just when they think that all the bots have gone away, batch launches.
Yeah. Nothing about my strategy changes with the batch launcher, other than that I'll be doing some of my future batches with that tool, and they'll be NFTs. Everything else stays the same. I am going to have to figure out how to allocate my liquid tokens sooner than I had really thought I would have to, because I kind of anticipated having kind of plenty of time before some novel proof of burn thing come along.
Yeah, I think we need to be on our toes with all of this. Everything's moving way faster than expected. I mean, who would have known that we'd be on 9 networks already? Is it 9 already? It's been a month.
Yep. Not even a month.
It just feels like a month.
Yeah, that's right. We launched the 8th, right? I think it was the 8th.
Just look at the time since Genesis on ETH. This lag is so annoying.
You got a one of those M chip MacBooks or the processor Intel?
I don't think it'll make a difference with regards to minting, because that's a validator problem that they're having, and RPC.
No, I'm just saying my computer's really slow as it is in general, even before the RPCs.
You got an old Pentium machine.
How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, Jack, I got one of those Macintoshes with the mouse with the roller ball to curse it. Those heavy mouses that you could like. It's like a big marble in there.
I
One
saved
of
that.
those.
I saved a
One-
a memory chip and a CPU from every computer I've built, from the first one with an 8086 processor in it. So I've got all the old Sims and SIPs, and I got all of them. I'm gonna put it on like a collage board or something. Have some artists put them all on a like a wall piece.
Nice, nice. That
They weren't worth
MS
by
DOS.
the time they were upgrading, none of that shit was really worth anything anyway. So I just thought, well, rather than throw them away, I'll just keep them. One day someone's gonna look back at these and go, holy shit, that was a processor. They're so big. I remember my first hard drive was one of them 5.5 inch, 2 inch tall. It was like 20 megabytes. Like, and we thought, wow, man, you never fill that thing all the way up. We had no idea.
Man.
Now that's not even enough to hold one streaming movie now. Like use that shit up in a minute.
I don't know where you're from, but I just remember kind of being excited driving to Fry's Electronics when it was big. Because I don't even think Radio Shack had them like that back then.
Radio Shack. The old Tandies.
You guys ever have a Coco?
I did not.
TRS-80?
Oh, I had one of those.
Did you?
Yeah. I had one of those.
With the cassettes on the side?
Yep.
Yeah, and you could program them as opposed to like Commodore. Could you program on the Commodore? Could you code?
I don't know. I never really did much of any of that stuff.
Okay. There's a little operating system. I mean, this is before the 286, like way before.
Yeah. Green screens and yellow, amber and green screens. And you hook up your trumpet windsock and you get out your Eudora or your Netscape, go browse the big broad internet, see if you could poke around and find some site. You usually find some site that's like a college site for sharing technical data of something, and you don't know what it is, but it's like, holy shit, we're in somebody else's computer on the other side of the world. Check it out. Like, no way. No way, really? Oh, that's so cool. What is that information? I don't know. Well, who cares? Just the fact that we're looking at it,
Right. That was interesting. I remember, I think, what is it, the Linksys? I don't know, this may be early 2000s, late 90s. Linksys. Yeah, I remember I had to reconfigure the IP address on there and then /admin just to make sure that it connected every time on that little toolbar. You had to change that. Yeah, retype that thing over and over. But yeah, I remember my pops, he took home one of those laser printers from work. Those things are heck loud.
Yep, I learned on DOS, so I had to learn all the commands. Had them all pretty down memorized. Then can't even. I mean, I still can remember some of them, but not near all of them anymore.
CD.
Yeah, just hooking things up and how long you had to wait for everything. Like, remember how long it took for a computer to boot up, even with DOS.
Sounded like some activity over there.
Yep. open pocket mic at a party.
It literally sounds like a party over there.
That's the shit that gets you in trouble. Pocket calling your girlfriend from a party when you're supposed to be at work.
Oh God, that's the worst.
Yep, that's a hard one to recover from. And you don't even realize you're in trouble until you get there, right? You can feel it as you walk through the door. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. I don't know
Yep.
what it is, but something's wrong. I can feel it. The air's really thick. It feels tense in here. Is everything okay? I don't know. You tell me. Is everything okay? Did you have a good time at work? You're like, oh shit. Yeah, I'm in trouble. I don't know how she knows, but she knows. You got that. You got
Busted.
that 30 seconds to figure out if you're gonna lie and dig yourself deeper in, or you're just gonna come clean and
She's
take the
inviting
punishment,
you.
right?
So you gonna keep lying?
Because she ain't gonna let you know that let you know. She's gonna see whether you're gonna lie, or you're gonna come clean. She wants to know.
She got the higher ground.
Yep. 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 And you fucked up.
And then
So what's up
if
with
you have a go
what's
ahead,
up
go
with
ahead.
this chat? I swear this guy has been in here for hours and he keeps talking about price, keeps getting warned, and he's not getting booted or anything. This one guy, for example, I haven't seen him in a little bit, but I thought this was kind of taken care of a little bit, trying to manage the flow of the price talk and all of that. Does anybody know?
It's tricky how they can just make a new name too, like can't people make new burner numbers and then new Telegram users over time?
Yeah, you can make as many as you want. You use them burner numbers.
Right, because they
There's
get
one guy I ran into him in about 4 different chats, and like every time somebody gets on, he's just relentless. Like he's just relentless. And anytime somebody gets on him and they're about to ban him, I'm just like, oh, don't ban him, don't ban him. He'll just be back in 5 seconds with another name going, you guys banned me? I can't believe you banned me. And then you ban that one, and he's just like, he'll just comes right back with another one.
right. And sometimes I start to think like, well, if they're banned and then later on the word of mouth is, hey, I was banned, I didn't do anything, what if they were somehow associated with that from the what I mean, previous chats too, just throwing that in the air. I guess that's
There's
the beauty of the internet.
so
That's
many
just,
games that get played,
yeah,
especially in crypto. Like half of what you hear somebody say, it's not even true. You can't believe it. And you don't know why they're saying the things they're saying anyway. People have all these different motives for coming in and saying different things or stirring up some different shit.
right. Different personalities or early signs of schizophrenic or something. Who knows?
I can go out in the deep side of the pool with all the crazy conspiracy theorists. I've been out there forever, but some of these people even, kind of take me off the edge. Like, whoa, this is like way out in the deep spot.
Dark waters.
what's that Chinese proverb? May you live in interesting times. Boy, I think we're there. Like we won the lottery ticket when it comes to interesting times, didn't we?
Yep. Yep. Times are interesting. It still boggles me how yeah, crypto is, it's still very new to some people, and it's just, you can't really wrap, like for some people they can't really wrap it, and I'm sure you've come across this topic several times in many ways, just like difficult for them to fathom, just because I don't know how to explain it, just so used to legacy ways. I don't know, what's that saying?
I think
Can't
they're
cast
programmed. It's
cast
really hard for them to break through the programming. Some
right.
people are just like they're walking around. It's almost like they're sleepwalking, and they think the dream that they have been programmed to see is real, and you just cannot convince them that it's not real because they're so vested in the dream, right? But they're literally living in a delusional world, and they have no idea, and it literally scares them if you try and shake them out of it too fast. It breaks them out.
Um, yeah, and then so like I'm over here trying to have an issue with inviting some of my friends to it, but it's just they're just so into what they're into and stuck, maybe comfortable. I can't argue if they're happy with their jobs or not or something. I'm not, but what was that saying? It was that saying, you, I don't know, what is it? The cast of pearls be like before swine, something like that, where you want to give someone,
It's don't cast your pearls before
yeah,
swine.
there it is, there it is.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Some people can't handle the things that you might know. To be careful what you say to them. Have you ever dug into the rabbit hole of automatrons or chimeras? That like in the Edgar Casey stuff, any of that, or any of the Atlantis stuff?
Not too deep in a rabbit hole. You could kind
You
of
know,
paraphrase it if you want.
have you seen any of the like the Egyptian hieroglyphs and stuff where you got like
Yeah.
the bird headed guys and the dog headed guys and stuff, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well
Definitely know about
that's
this.
like there's this whole rabbit hole you can go down to about automatrons and stuff, right? So Edgar Casey saw a lot of stuff in his trance states about Atlantis, and these people of Atlantis technologically had advanced really far, right? And a lot of this is very supported by um, like Zelensky's work on the two eye stone. Not it sounds like two eyes, but it's spelled TOUI, something like yeah. Anyway, spelled different. It's a big crystal. It's like a power crystal, and that was found in the ocean out around Cuba. And I've seen some of the underwater footage from that, and then because she started, her and her husband were doing this work. Paulina Lazinski. I think I'm getting the last name right, but she started publishing some of what she found, but she was under NDAs and she wasn't supposed to. So it was very strict, and they they stuck her in prison and kind of squeezed her until she decided that maybe she didn't want to talk about it anymore. But so there's this theory that Atlantis is down in under the ocean in that area, that they had it evolved very technologically, and a lot of Edgar Casey's work backs it up in his the things that he said while he was in his trances about these people had created all these chimeras and what they called automatrons. So they were just genetically engineering like a slave race for them. But they had these automatrons, what they called them the things too. And so whenever whatever happened there, they blew their own civilization up. They sunk their own continent by misusing this power that they tapped into with this 2-eye stone. And they were migrating out into different parts of the world around that area, and they were taking these what they called these things with them, or automatrons, which were basically genetically engineered beings, and they would have like animal appendages, so like an animal head or a dog's tail or a bird head, but they're basically like otherwise biped looking humanoids. And you see them in a lot of the hieroglyphs, right? So kind of there's a lot of things that validate this could actually be a true thesis. Well, they took these with them, and they had them as like their servant race, but they had taught them everything from, like some of them grew the crops, some of them actually flew planes and things. So it wasn't like they weren't intelligent. And they go further on these stories about how these there was 2 temples where there was these 2 different groups of people. The Belial, I can't remember the name of the other one, but anyway, these 2 groups of people were kind of competing with what to do with this tech and how to use it. And the one wanted to use it selfishly. They ended up, kind of misusing the power. The other was trying to use it properly, just for the benefit of all mankind, or whatever the race that existed then was, right? Like I think we're all various different, maybe offspring of those, what was left after the cataclysmic event. And one group, they had 2 temples in Atlantis, and in the one temple they were doing things that Casey described as correcting some of these these mutations, and correcting these races of people, where they would eliminate by different means these animal appendages. And so some were what would you call surgery,
Yeah.
but others were actually they said it involved mixing with thought processes. So it was interesting stuff. Anyway, I think what the point being is that I
Hey,
think
Jack.
that some people, yeah.
Dude,
Hello?
have you ever got like a error on your MetaMask?
Got a what?
So I'm trying to mint Zen and I'm getting like an error saying not too low.
Having trouble hearing you.
So I'm minting on Zen and I'm getting an error saying nonce too low.
Well, the nonces are in order, right? So the nonces are from, like, your first transaction on that particular address will have a nonce of 1, and then every successive transaction should have a next higher nonce. But you can set the settings in MetaMask to show custom nonce, and then you can go look at your last transaction
Yeah,
and see what the nonce is.
Hi.
And on
Hello.
the
the last
Explorer,
cleared
it'll show
one.
you when
Nice
you
to
look
meet
at the
you.
last transaction, you can see what the nonce is, and then you can
But
go and set the custom nonce.
the last cleared one or what? Or what?
Yeah, the last cleared one,
So the last
and then
successful one.
Who you
Yeah,
are?
yeah.
Who you say?
He's trying to help me, man. Yeah, I did that. I did that, Jack.
So look at the last nonce and you just want to set it higher, and you can set the custom nonce on your next transaction at one step higher than that. Does that make sense? And see if that doesn't.
Yeah, can I do
Because if it's
higher than that?
that
Or?
error, well, that error would tell me that your somehow your nonce is getting set to a nonce that was already used. That's why it's bouncing, because it can't use that nonce again. So you just have to set it higher. And so in settings, there's a little thing where you can check it on to show custom, allow for custom nonces or something. Check that.
Yeah,
and then when you put on the transaction, there will be a field that shows the nonce and it's editable. Then just put the next larger number in there and send it through again, and that should correct the problem. And then from there forward, you should be corrected.
Something funny's going on with Zen.
Which network are you on?
Ethereum.
Okay. Well, we haven't had any problems with Ethereum tonight. It's been all the issues we've been having have been with the Doge chain.
Yeah, no, I'd never use Dogechain, man. It's too slow.
Do you have any pending transactions? Do you have any stuck transactions that are pending?
Or wait,
That's where I was just gonna
or wait,
try
did
to
you
get
try
on the
speeding it up?
Yeah, I tried like 5 times. It's getting too high.
Try changing
Alright, so
your
that's
RPC
really what's going on.
off of Ethereum and put it on a different network. Wait a second, and then put it back to Ethereum and see if that doesn't clear the transactions. And then if you still have anything
Yeah, I
pending,
put like yeah,
then
I
go
put like
to
3 different
go to the settings.
RPCs. Yeah.
Then go to the settings and do the advanced and do the reset MetaMask. That'll just clear out all the transaction histories from your MetaMask. It won't change any of your addresses or your balances or anything, but just wipe out all those past transaction histories. Sometimes they get clogged up and stop things.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that.
Yeah, say Jeet, I actually just had a transaction stuck that I finally decided to do something about. It was stuck for like 3 days. Just because I was trying to get super ultra low gas a couple days ago. I tried to do a transaction for 5 gas, I believe, minting on ETH, and it got stuck. Tried to speed it up a couple times. The network still didn't pick it up, so I wound up just going back today and spending like $1 to cancel the transaction. So are you aware of how to do that?
Well, I just cleared all my transactions, so I can't see them anymore.
I missed that, man. Could you repeat that?
Sorry, dude. I just cleared, like reset my MetaMask, so I can't see any of my transactions.
Okay. Can you access the transaction through the block explorer, like copy your address and go over to the block explorer so you can find that transaction that's stuck?
Yeah, it's not there. It just says the last one was like successful, like 7 hours ago.
You sound like you're very far away. I can't hear you.
Oh, it's yeah, it says that the last successful was 7 hours ago, but that's all that's there. I'm
Okay,
gonna try
so you're
a transaction again.
okay. So you're just trying to. So you didn't actually claim a C rank or anything yet, is that right? You're just getting like an error on the Zen.net network or something?
Yeah, I'm trying to mint, and it's just saying like nonce too low.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you setting this manually or you don't have that setting set up on your MetaMask?
Well, I changed it now because Jack said to change it.
Okay, so
Um,
go back to Block Explorer, and at the bottom of the page there's like a little button you can push. It says expand, I believe, and it'll show you the nonce number of your last transaction. It'll be like 0 or 1 or 3 or 12 or, you know.
yeah, I got that.
Okay, what does that say on the Block Explorer?
1280.
You've done 1,280 transactions on that one wallet?
Huh? Yeah,
So
I
what we're
think
looking.
so.
Oh, okay. So if it reads 1,200 nonce 1,280, the next nonce is going to be 1,281. That'll be the nonce number of your next transaction.
Yeah, that's why I said if you
Is
show
this gonna
custom
like
nonce,
happen?
if you show custom nonce when you go to put that transaction through, it'll show you that the nonce that it's using, and if it's not higher than 1280, then that's why you know you're having that problem. So then you just manually edit it to be 1281.
Yeah, I tried that. But is this gonna like stop me from minting the NFT?
Shouldn't. I don't see why it would.
It's like just something's wonky going on that we got to figure out.
Yeah, but I noticed I was on the test net for the NFT and it wouldn't let me change my gas. Like change the amount of gas. So does that mean like when the NFT's released, everyone's gonna like just have a lot of like failed transactions?
No, you'll be able to adjust your gas. It shouldn't really matter right now anyway, just because it's funny money. It's, test net, so it might just be
Yeah,
have a
but the
set
test
price on there. I don't know. I haven't tried that.
yeah, but the testnet doesn't
Go ahead.
let you max out the gas. It's got a gas limit.
Every transaction has a gas limit.
Well, so then how do you like fight in a gas war then?
Well, you the only one you really want to be adjusting is the GUI, the max GUI. The gas
Yeah, the
limit,
Gwei.
especially with the, yeah, you can adjust that, but and that's how you would do that. But this isn't that kind of NFT. Like what you're thinking, how do you max out the fee to get into the first 10,000 mints or something when they open the doors? This is nothing like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, it's not
Oh,
going to
I
be
reckon
anything
it will
like
be,
that.
man. It
No,
will
you'll be
be,
able to make
totally.
these NFTs at regular fees. You
Oh,
won't
what
have to
makes you
do
say
that
that?
crazy. Well, because it's there's no specific amount of NFTs. It's not like there's 10,000 and there's 20,000 people fighting to get one of them. Or if you're not on the wait list, you can't get it. It's none of that. These are different types of NFTs that are specifically tied to your activity. Only you can create them for your address.
But the first
right?
10,000, but the first
Well,
10,000 is going to be valuable.
well, the first 10,000, maybe not. The first 10,000 though, that what determines who gets those is who is first to mint an NFT or a batch with 100 addresses. So that's like going to be 100 times the fee. And there's only, I think you can max out the block at 128 is what they're saying. And so there's no way to, you just have to be there early enough, willing to spend that gas fee to get that. And that could be days, it could be hours, it could, who knows. But it's kind of fair game. And there's no way to, like, I know what you're talking about when these NFT projects launch. It's not like that at all, though. There's no way to just like pay more fee than everybody else to get one of those rare NFTs. Like, you're just going to either be lucky enough to get one or not, if that's what you want. I don't particularly think they necessarily will have any NFT extreme value after they've been used, because they have an intrinsic value of the asset within it, right? So you determine the term of those 100 addresses, and then it has to be at least 100 addresses. So once those, let's say the term you said is 300 days, at the end of that 300 days, you would come back and you would mint those 100 addresses. Once they're minted, there's no more intrinsic value embedded in the NFT. Now it's just a kind of memorabilia.
But the first 10,000 are like a different color, so they're like collectible.
Yeah, potentially. It's a kind of a memorabilia thing, but it will have once they've been used to mint. What I'm saying is there's no embedded value in the NFT. Now it's just a different color NFT that shows that you were there. And, yeah.
It
I don't know
shows
if
that you were
I
there.
would. Yeah, I don't know if I'd spend what it's going to take to get one of those, but that will cost you roughly, for 100, the minimum, it will cost you 100 addresses. So that's 100 times the normal transaction fee. Because basically what you're doing to create that NFT is you're telling the contract to spin up and create you 100 addresses, and with each of them go and claim a C rank.
Yeah, so like $300. But the thing is, the gas can't be edited in the testnet, so you won't be spending any more than the regular gas. And there's going to be all these people trying to get on the blockchain, and there's going to be all these people trying to get the 10,000, and it's just going to clog up, and everyone's going to fail their transactions.
I don't know that that'll be true, but even if you can't edit the fee, the MetaMask is still going to tell you the approved fee, right? And so it's going to set the fee according to the network activity at that time. But I don't think it's going to be that kind of a rush like you see in some of those big NFT launches where you see the huge spike in gas. I don't think it's going to be like that.
They might have set those that restrict on the test net as well, because if I want to mint test ETH for the test net, I literally need to wait. Like I can't just get like as much as I want. I need to wait for it to mint to get into my wallet. So they might have just, and I don't know, but they might have just set it at like a fixed low fee or something so that people could interact with it a lot easier. so that it would be like a fixed gas, whether you're minting an NFT with one address in it or 100. It might be some sort of fixed thing for everyone, right? Does that make sense? I can guarantee you it's not going to be a fixed set price when it goes live.
Yeah, because when we started minting regular Zen,
You're muffled
like
again.
carried, right? So so the transactions went up when Zen released. So why wouldn't there be a gas war when the NFT releases?
There might be. Nobody knows until it happens yet.
This is going to be a little bit difficult for the NFT crowd to grasp because of the way that the NFT world has programmed you to think of a new NFT launch. But this NFT is very different than all of those previous ones that you've dealt with. It's still an NFT, and and again, like you said, the first 10,000, they're not technically the first 10,000 made. They're the first 10,000 made over 100 addresses in a batch, or VMUs, virtual minting units. So it could be like the first 10,000 out of the first 10,000 NFTs that are created when this thing goes live, maybe only 100 of them are over 100 VMUs or addresses. And so only 100 of them are those rare NFTs. You see what I'm saying? It's not necessarily all of the first 10,000 of them are the rare ones. And then after that, it's the normal ones. They're created kind of simultaneously.
All right, well, I'll just keep on trying with my thing then.
You
Thanks for
might
your
want
help,
to
Jeff.
like try to
Thanks, bro.
you might want to like try to clear cookies on your computer, refresh the page. Um, just all of that normal stuff.
Have you thought about creating another instance of MetaMask, maybe on a different profile on Chrome? I mean, if you've got 2,800 transactions already in that single address, that's pretty extreme use of a single address. You might want to start fresh with your Zen stuff on a new version of MetaMask.
Yeah, I was just buying these like really cheap NFTs. So I just got like a shitload of them.
Don't you ever, every so often, just start with a new seed phrase so that they're not like, if anything compromised that address, it doesn't carry on into the next batch of activity? Are you using hardware wallets with these MetaMasks or just
Yeah,
using
I'm on
them hot?
hardware. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well then,
Hardware,
you
hardware.
could just, you can create another address with the hardware wallet and then connect it to the same MetaMask. And if you're using hardware, are you using what was originally created as account one? Did you use the account one for anything, or did you just straight away connect
No,
a
no.
hardware device to? So you've never used account one to do any transactions?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, then you basically have a throwaway version of MetaMask. So you can just delete it from your browser.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
put a
true.
new version
Yeah.
up, create the seed, hook your hardware wallet to it, and start again and see if that doesn't unstick you. Because if it's a problem with MetaMask, that'll get you unstuck for sure. And you're properly using MetaMask as an interface between your ledger and the blockchain. So, just toss that version, throw a new one up. You haven't got anything invested in the addresses that are inherent to that seed of that MetaMask. I mean, I never throw away seeds because you never know when they might be attached to some airdrop or something, right? So with, extract the seed. If you don't have it written down, extract it. You can do that in MetaMask. Extract the seed before you delete it, but just delete that version, put a new one up, connect your hardware wallet, try again, and I bet you won't be stuck. Or at least you've eliminated MetaMask as being the problem.
I don't know, man. Something strange is going on. I've never had this problem before.
Oh, I think you're pretty apt at using it if you've done 2,800 transactions. But MetaMask does get goofy once in a while, and some of them are just like you could sit
See,
there
that's
and
the thing, man. When I hear you guys talking, it sounds like you guys are a bunch of idiots. But like when I actually asked a question, you had some solutions. So that's like pretty cool. So thank you.
take that as a compliment.
Yeah,
This guy said idiots.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on and ask these idiots how to solve my problem.
I've definitely been called worse things, and hell,
This
half the
guy's
time it might have been true anyway. He didn't say
he
we
said,
were idiots. He just said we sounded like idiots.
I haven't come across that problem.
It'd be a tough life if you got offended by anything anybody expressed that they thought about you. Can't take that shit
Right.
personal.
No, for sure,
It
man.
is what it is.
Non-triggered over here.
Yeah,
Non-triggered.
yeah, for sure. Same. There are some people in here though that have quite a bit of experience with blockchain and using the toys and playing with things. So there's some knowledgeable people in here that can answer questions. That's for sure. And Zen's certainly an inexpensive way to learn pretty much every aspect of the crypto space, from, you know, minting to staking to DeFi to NFTs. I think there'd be a lot of people learning a lot of stuff. Even like, you know, think about how many people this in this group have used a second network for the first time.
What was the saying? You know, you're not in crypto when you're asking for customer support.
I always tell people, if you're still needing an 800 number to call, or a I forgot my password button to push, you probably aren't in the right space.
That's the one right there.
Hey, if ET's in the house, I'm on my second warning about the price chat stuff in the in here. Can you clear me, please?
I think there's something we could do with that. Hold up.
I think I can do that. I think I just do hashtag unwarn.
Yeah, you put under his name.
Okay, hold on, give me a minute.
Cool, thank you. It's this girl in the chat, or whoever, she's on here like at least once an hour, like, when is this listing on an exchange? She's not getting the clue. Probably got that warning because I mentioned the exchange name in my message.
She baited you.
Yeah. Thanks, Jack.
There you go.
Is the dog still behaving like a turtle?
The what? What'd you say?
Is the Doge still behaving like a turtle? Is it still slow?
Oh, I sent one through just for the hell of it. It took a little bit of
I
extra
quit.
time, but it was kind of slow.
Yeah, I quit. It was dragging. It was still dogging when I left.
Well, now I'm pretty disappointed that I'm not getting like live numbers on these websites here. I mean, I'm way behind, like millions behind.
Hey, just to finish up that point I was making earlier, the point I was trying to make was that I don't think everybody is necessarily the same is this offspring from the same DNA, and that maybe some of
Oh,
these people are offspring from automatrons, and so it's not that they don't want to wake up or whatever, is they can't. They're not they're not made to, right?
um, yeah. I mean, based on what you were talking about earlier, so you're saying that like everyone has a special path according to their DNA type, or that's what the story was trying to refer to.
Well, I just mean when you look at things like that particular that particular thesis, you know, that that there were automatrons and that there were genetic mutations of humanoid types in our past, right? Then it's safe to assume that maybe we have some vestiges of all these different things still in the DNA pool, and maybe not everybody is the same, I don't know, species or type or I don't know, class. Like maybe there's some vestiges of kind of clone mutation experiments, creations, and they can't uh, maybe they're not capable of the same kind of critical thinking that some of us are, you know. I it just thoughts. I don't know if there's any truth to it. I have run into a number of people that, it doesn't seem to matter how much you try to get them to grasp, some concept that seems common sense. They just can't do it. Like they can't expand their mind beyond a certain point. And so kind of just leads me to wonder if some of those things aren't true.
I I only get it as or receive it as, yeah, no, I'll do it next week. Oh, yeah, I ordered it already. Oh, I thought I ordered it already. Oh, I'll do it my next paycheck. You know,
I mean, even with the things that have transpired on the global on the global scene over the last 3 years, there are people who still don't see the obvious that that these things are orchestrated, that they're literally planned out and perpetrated, right? They still can't see it.
only until it affects them. Um, but they still can't see that.
Don't you know people still to this day that think everything's just going to go back to what they thought was normal 2 years ago? Like they just, you know, It's like it's just a phase, it's just a passing thing, and we're just going to go back to normal next. And it's like, well, what first, what was normal, and how in the world do you think we're going back there, right? Like everything's been shifted. Like you can't go back there.
What
But
are
then
you
try and throw
serious, Jack?
some. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going back to
Like, don't you
anything.
think it's not, bro? There's flights now. It's like all back to normal. Everyone's working. Like it's like not. Some people just don't care, man. You know, if like it's orchestrated.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people just don't care. But that's not really the ones I'm talking about. Just talking about
Because
the people who like are just they just
but
seem stuck
but
in a
deep down,
delusional
dude,
world.
yeah, man. But there's nothing you can do. Like deep down, there's nothing you can do about any situation in your life. So, like, why should you care?
I think there's a
We
lot
don't
we
have
can do.
custody of ourselves. What are you talking about? We're not in control of our own actions and everything.
Your actions, yeah, but your actions don't really matter. Your actions won't change anything that's been orchestrated.
That's completely false. I change my surroundings by my actions every day.
Okay. Yeah, but you can't stop the orchestration with your actions.
Well, there have been single people in history that have proven differently. They've had to endure some crazy shit to prove it. But like just Mahatma Gandhi, right? Like he changed a whole bunch of things, like irreversibly changed the way the world thinks about stuff by his single actions of just nonviolent non-compliance. He's like, no, this is insane. I'm not going to do it. And they beat him down, and he got back up. And they beat him down, he got back up. They locked him up, he got back up. He just refused to comply, and they couldn't make him. And I think he had a radical effect on the world as a whole to make change. Like he proved to people that they can't make you do something, right? It's always hard for the people out front, the trailblazers. It's always hard. The first person that steps out to challenge the status quo, it's always hard for them. Hell, a lot of them die early, right? Because they're trying to keep everybody else in check. They don't want his kind of, that radical thinker. They don't want that person's mindset to spread, that person's method of thinking to spread to the masses, because then they lose control. It's all about the narrative.
What are you talking about, like aliens or something? Yeah. Is that
I don't know. You don't even need to go to aliens. I think there's enough variety right here, already here. I don't think we're all the same. That was kind of the point of my earlier comments. Is I think we all look around and we've been taught to think that we're all the same. We're all the same. We're all humans. I don't even know what human means, right? Like it could mean serpent man, it could mean color of man, it could mean, I know I'm a man, but am I a human? You know, they've had cloning since the 70s. You think they stopped doing that after they cloned the first sheep? They didn't stop. They just stopped broadcasting it. I don't think we're all Yeah, I just don't think we're all the same. And I think those differences sometimes are more subtle than they are apparent. Aliens? I don't know. I mean, kind of ludicrous to think that all them stars that we see all around us, all the planets we know of and everything, that we're the only life form in all of it. Can they travel here? Have they traveled here? Do we travel someplace else? Did we come from someplace else? Who knows? There's a bunch of architecture littering the whole planet that says, the storyline is we built that while we were riding around on horses. Some guy named Columbus discovered North America in a wooden ship with sails, in a time when I have maps that predate him that have all the cities already laid out where they are. But we're supposed to believe that the people after him are the ones that built all of that. Just travel and look at the artifacts that litter the earth. We don't even know how to do half of that shit now. We can't cut rocks to the precision that the pyramids are built out of. You can't even get a piece of paper between the two stones. The cuts are so precise. We can't do that. But we're supposed to believe a bunch of people chiseled them out with hammers and chisels and rolled them up with tons of slaves on, rolling trees. It's ludicrous. Just go and see these things
But
for
like,
yourself.
so
Go and touch them.
were
Look
they
at them.
aliens or?
I don't know. I don't know. I could be, but I don't know. I just know that what they taught me was the truth. Is a bunch of lies. I don't really know what the truth is. I have a million questions, but I know that what they taught me wasn't true. I can go stand in front of these buildings and read the story about how it was created and see with my own eyes that that's not true, right? Like there's no, I built shit. Like go look at the world fairs. We're supposed to believe that we built these elaborate city layouts like Chicago, San Francisco in a matter of a year or something. And then we just tore it all down because we only built it for the fair. Yeah, go look at that shit. We didn't build that, period, let alone build it in that time frame. And then we just tore it down because it was just for a world fair. Like, yeah, it didn't happen, right? Go stand in any of the cathedrals that are littered around the world and tell me we built those. We didn't build those. I don't know who did, but it took them a hell of a long time. The stories that they tell you about how they came into existence don't make any sense when you're standing there looking at it, when you're standing there touching it with your own hands, it just doesn't make any sense. But I don't know what the truth is. They keep the truth from us. They've kept the truth from us from a long time. There's groups of people that deal with their little secret handshake clubs and they control all the money and they infiltrate everything, and with the money that they can print from nothing, they buy everything, so they control everything, so they control the narrative. They tell us all a bunch of bullshit and keep us all spinning on hamster wheels endlessly for nothing, and we're too busy to find out. Too busy and too poor. And that's just the way they want it. It's critical we take this last step. We have to break the control of the creation of money. We have to break that gatekeeping. We have to take that power back because it's too much power to concentrate in too few hands. we see what they done with it. The next group will only do the same thing. You can't put that much power in a small group of people. They'll abuse it. It'll corrupt them. To me, that's what Zen's about. It's breaking the control of the creation and distribution of money. We pretty much successfully broke the control of the creation and distribution of music, of writing, of publishing, of the flow of information, although that one's still being battled out in a lot of ways, but they're being broken down. Twitter just changed hands. New social media is coming up and rising because people are realizing that, they don't want to be on a social media that tells them what they can and can't say, what's acceptable, what's not, what you're allowed to think and what you're not. Why should anybody tell us what we're allowed to think? Or say, as long as you ain't harming anybody. And I don't mean harming somebody with words. I mean like physically harming somebody, right? When I was a kid, we got taught sticks and stones can break our bones, but words can never hurt us. But now, just half a century later, we're like, oh, you can't say that word. That'll hurt somebody. Oh, I can't use that word either. That might hurt somebody too. What happened? Like that's not even
I have
half a
two
century.
names for you. I have two names for you: Julian Assange and Edward Snowden.
Yeah, I don't know about Edward Snowden. I think he was a double agent. Yeah, I think he worked both for the CIA and maybe NSA. Julian Assange, brave man who tried to put the truth out there, paid the cost, still paying the cost.
Still paying,
Amazing.
yeah.
Amazing bravery and courage and ability to stand his ground, and not for personal gain, but for like literally for the good of allowing everybody to see the truth. Amazing person. Deserves to be set free and allowed to live out his life,
Yeah, but you see what the US and the UK have done to him, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't even see that as like I know what you mean, but I don't even see that as the US and the UK. I see that as the globalists who masquerade as the US and the UK governments. They've infiltrated and taken control and pretend to be us when in fact they're not. They pretend to serve us when in fact they have nothing of our best interest at heart. But that they're everywhere. They masquerade as the Chinese. They masquerade as the Iranians. They masquerade as everybody, right? And then they pit us against ourselves and each other.
Yeah. So what hope does the Chinese have in China when even the US and UK you don't have freedom of speech? What hope do the Chinese have in China, right?
Well, hard times make strong men, right? And I think the Chinese will probably show that strength before other nations who have been less oppressed, because nothing like oppression to make you desire freedom. Like take your freedom away and see how much more you value it than you do now, right? People get comfortable and then it's like, well, I don't want to cause trouble. I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to stand up for what's true. I might get knocked down, It's a game of whack-a-mole. Nobody wants to stick their head up. And the few people that do, they make examples of them so that people remember that, you know, like, well, remember what happened to Julian Assange? Hell, I don't want to end up like that, right? Or worse. I mean, he's still alive, but I think he's still alive because he has information that they can't extract because he's valuable. You know, he possesses knowledge that only a handful of people do. You know, where did the where did the WikiLeaks documents come from? Where did the Hillary emails come from? He knows. He's alluded to it, but he doesn't say it outright because they protect their sources, because that's what he promised them, and he wouldn't have any sources if he didn't protect them. That's true journalism, right? That's true free publishing. But we don't want that. People might learn the truth. They might actually wake up and realize, you know, they volunteered to be slaves. And remember what the grasshopper said, right? Well, if they ever figure out they outnumber us 1,000 to 1, we're in trouble. That's what they're worried about. That's why they're screwing with the supply chains. That's why they're screwing with the food supply right now. There's going to be a food shortage, just like there's going to be an energy shortage this winter in Europe, right? Make it hard on everybody and squeeze everybody back into, hey, you know, all you have to do is just settle down, stop with all this rebellious talk, and you can have your comfort zone back. What if we don't want to be comfortable anymore? What if we just want to be free?
So a little brainstorming, Jack. What do you think we could do with these empty wrappers of NFTs after we utilize the mint function? We're just going to have this empty NFT sitting there.
Yeah, and they could be used as a demographic sorting tool. So, I mean, they do have some, you know, some use case. I'm not a big NFT guy. I mean, I've learned enough to understand that they're not worthless. There's a lot of utility that non-fungibles can be used for. I don't know, I'm probably not the best person to speak on it because there's other people that have way more experience in NFT space and what could be created. I mean, I see you could use those NFTs to target a specific demographic of people, because now you can use those as a sorting tool that anybody's address that holds one of those NFTs obviously took action to use a batch minter to mint Zen, you know, at some point, right? So you already have some semblance of what this group of people has chosen to use their time and assets for. That's valuable information, right? Like you can sort them out from people who have never taken any action in the crypto space, or, you know, only bought shit tokens, or like if you want to target a certain group of people, it can be used to kind of burrow in on a subset of individuals. As far as the using the actual NFT, like somehow to give it, like embed more value in it other than just as a I don't know, a souvenir kind of that, you know, shows that you were there. I mean, I have a lot of non-fungible type tokens. Like I have an early token. There's only so many of those out there. You had to have been listening to the Let's Talk Bitcoin podcast on a regular basis and taking part in proving that you did so, and kind of partaking and being active in within the community of people that were listening to those shows to have been given one of those. It didn't really amount to anything. It was a good idea. It was way early. I have other tokens like that, you know, where people tried to use it to do a specific thing, and that particular use case didn't really pan out, or as just a reward to show. Like I have a Venus. I have a Venus NFT because I was an early user of the Venus protocol. It's kind of a cool NFT, but does it do anything?
Is it worth anything?
Maybe, I don't know. Never really thought about it or looked at it in that respect. Never tried to sell it or look up its value. It proves I was there. It proves I was early. It proves I was actually utilizing the protocol.
Just say it's worth nothing. I'm just messing.
Yeah, maybe.
I asked the
I don't
team,
know.
I think it was Sun Tzu, if we'd be able to utilize that same empty NFT to create more batch mints. I think the answer was no.
You know,
but I was more
I think they're more
interested
souvenirs.
in actually being able to just simply convert that one NFT. So you know the mint and stake function.
souvenir.
Right? If it could,
I like it.
If we could somehow, if it could somehow be converted to that stake, so that you wouldn't wind up with an empty NFT and then a staked NFT, right?
See.
Yeah. Well, I say souvenirs because I mean it's like people were asking early on.
Oh, it's a legitimate souvenir.
Yeah, but you
It's
know what I
just
mean?
kinda
They were
funny.
asking early on. They were asking early on, do we get to keep our C rank number? Because they were like all aping in to try and get one of the first 5,000 C rank numbers, and then they realized, oh shit, we don't even get to keep that number. Like once you mint, that number's gone, right? It's not like an NFT or a token or nothing. It's just an arbitrary number assigned to
memory.
your address, and to hold to be part of a formula that figures out how many tokens you get. And then once you get those tokens, it's like it just gets wiped. It's no longer useful, so it's just like gone.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why Jack did the quote unquote like first 10,000 collectible type ones.
Yeah, because people like that sort of souvenir that says I was here. I you know, I can prove it. See, I got this NFT. I got a 25 C rank, right? They like that, like bragging rights. It's a flex tool. Yeah. I mean, we all do it in weird ways, right? Like I said earlier, I have every single CPU from every computer I built, all the way from 8086s, 8088s to, you know, through the Pentiums and the 286s, 486s, and on. You know, like I just kept them. Why? No, they don't really have any value, but it's like it's proof that I was there. I did that. I you know, like I was building computers during those days.
That's like when someone's like, you got 64 gigs of RAM, and I'm like, yeah, well, your truck is 400 horsepower. And it's just like, I don't need 64 gigs of RAM, but I got it.
That's right. Bragging rights, flex. It's flex stuff. It's like Rolex watches, right? We can flex. I have enough money to toss 100 grand at a Rolex watch. Yes, that'd be a cheap one.
Good night. I have a question. Um, I believe that you shouldn't leave your ZNFT empty. You know, leave something in there. Leave like 3 stakes in there and just leave it. It doesn't diminish. So why empty it out? It doesn't make any sense to me. At least
You could
as I
you can't
understood
you don't want to
earlier.
do that with the minting NFTs though. You could totally
Right,
do
not
that
the
with the
minting
staked ones.
ones.
Yeah.
Right. But the staking ones, you could leave something in there. Why empty it out? Doesn't make
Cost
any
you
What
sense.
do
an
this?
opportunity. There's an opportunity cost in not emptying it out. You're not getting any more
What do
yield
the
on it.
state?
Yeah, but you could sell it on open seas. And you could
What does the?
sell,
Oh, yeah, sorry, just on your point. I've been behind about a day. What's the staking NFT side of it? What's that? I can see how you've
Oh,
got
they
a wrap. You've got a batch mint and an NFT, and then you can transfer it, or you can. I've got a 400-day one, and I'm going to sell it to someone that wants it. I can understand that up to 100. But what's the staking part of that? Sorry to interrupt, but yeah.
No. They just released this information kind of today that there are 3 NFTs. There's the batch mint NFT, there's a staking NFT, and there's a proof of burn NFT. They're not out yet, but those 3 NFTs are going to be created. So if you stake, you can now stake in the same way that you mint through a smart contract and receive an NFT placeholder for that stake. And now that stake during the duration of that stake is tradable as the NFT. So that is just new information. There's 3 different stakes that we're kind of talking about.
okay, what I
So
understood,
yeah.
what I understood is that one NFT, if I'm hearing right, the one ZNFT has 3 functions. That's how
No, there's 3
I
separate
understood it.
contracts. 3
But it's
separate
3
contracts.
separate contracts.
3
Okay, the way
separate
he
NFTs.
put it was like it's a bucket, and everything is in the bucket in the
Yeah.
VM.
That's because each one of them's encapsulating something. So the mint is encapsulating the addresses that hold the C rank. The stake NFT is encapsulating the address that holds the stake. You're not
Right,
holding the address that holds the stake anymore. You're holding the NFT that is able to redeem the address that's holding the stake that's inside of a smart contract.
right,
There's 3 separate contracts, 3
right,
separate
inside the
NFTs.
bucket. And
No,
that's how I remember that visually perfect.
I mean, you could see it that way, but they're distinctly 3 different products
Right,
created
right.
by 3 different smart contracts.
Okay.
So
The
I've got
one
you.
NFT.
Yeah. So just to take a step
ZNFT.
back a bit, I understand he's doing an NFT that you can do 1 to 100 mints, and then you get that and you can transfer it and untokenize it. But that's what I get. But I don't get what you're talking about. How that there's a staking NFT or
Okay,
a
so
burn NFT.
if you wanted to get a staking NFT, right? So say you mint your tokens and you have liquid tokens and you want to stake them. You can either stake them directly from your address, or you can interact with this new contract that's going to come out. And by interacting with the contract, you would send it the Zen. It would create an address and stake those for you. And now it's the private key holder of the address that's holding the stake, and it would generate you an NFT. So the NFT is how you redeem the stake at the end of its term. But being as now you have an NFT placeholder, it's tradable. So the difference between the stake that you created with your own address and the one that you create using the encapsulating contract is that you have an NFT that represents your share of that stake. And so you can trade it on the secondary market throughout the life of the stake. So same concept with the proof of burn. if you wanted
But
to burn tokens.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
But you've got
Go
that
ahead.
same. You've got that situation where I've got I can create a Zen NFT and say I do 50. I've got 400 days within that, and then I get that, and then I could sell it to OpenSea because I've done 200 days. The coupon's worth 400 days, and thus it has a value because I've put in 200 days of work, and someone wants that instant gratification, and I can see a value in that. But I'm still a little bit lost on this, and then I'm earning Zen every day, and now that person's going to earn the Zen once he gets to 400 days, and then they're going to have to unstake that NFT on day 400, otherwise they're going to eventually lose it all after 7 days. I get that
That's
side,
right.
but I'm not. I've lost you a bit on that other one when you're talking about a staking one where.
Well, staking's a separate process, right?
Yeah.
Staking is something available to you if you have liquid Zen. So if you're minting, that's one process, but you can't stake your tokens that you're minting until you serve the minting term and actually mint them into existence. Then you can stake them, right?
Yeah, but say you do. You have a big bag after 400 days, like you're growing a flower, and eventually after 400 days it's flowering.
Yep.
And that's kind of like the whole design of this, is that, you know, delayed gratification. It's easy to plant a seed now, and then in a year time it's got a flower on, and then you've got that liquid Zen, and I can stake it. But I'm not. I've got that liquid Zen, and I can stake it, but I'm not sure where your NFT staking comes into play, because.
Well, it's the same thing. You understand why you would want to stake your liquid Zen after you've minted it?
So you can turn. So okay. So instead of having.
I can help to explain, right? So with the regular staking that you have now, you can only have one stake, which is non-movable per wallet address. With the staking NFT, you can have multiple stakes, each with differing terms. Let's say one stake for 100 days, another 200, another 300. And they're all portable, meaning that you can move them between wallets. You can also gift them to someone, for example. So it's a lot easier, a lot of flexibility in that sense.
Okay. So when does the burn come into play? Like, is there a thing where someone has to use Zen to buy these NFTs, a little bit like the Hedron, and then it burns a little bit of Zen out, or that Zen's the currency
Exactly.
for some of these? And then, okay.
Yeah, you need liquid Zen to have stakes, but you can have as many stakes as you wish per wallet. They are portable, and they can be of differing end dates. So if you're used to your HSI stakes, yeah, you can have a ladder of sorts, right?
Yeah, but let's just put this in an example. I've created 10 Zen NFTs, and they were 400 mil after 200 days, say. So I've got that liquid ID tokenized the NFT, and I've got that 400 mil Zen. I can choose to stake Zen for like 18% or whatever. 18 divided by 3 per day. So I do that by myself. But are you talking about other states where I choose to buy an NFT from that 400 mil that is out of my address to another private key?
Well, you're going to have that liquid Zen, right? So you have that liquid Zen. You don't have to put in one stake. You can have multiple stakes, right? Break it up into multiple stakes, and they can all end at different times. And you can choose to.
Okay, on the stake. Okay, got you. Oh, yes.
And you can choose to send some of the stakes to another wallet, or you can choose to give them to someone. That's your choice, you know. So you have all those options in it.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, I understand it now. Thanks.
And then the proof of burn is exactly the same thing. If you wanted to burn tokens for, to have that kind of that certificate that says you've burnt tokens, right? For whatever reason, somebody might offer a really unique product that you have to prove you've burnt 1,000,000 Zen to be eligible to get. And you think that's worth it, so you're willing to burn the 1,000,000 Zen, right? Well, you could burn that 1,000,000 Zen through your address individually, and your address would be the one credited with that proof of burn. And you couldn't change that at all. That address from that time forward is the only address that's going to be recognized as having burnt those tokens. Or you could burn them through the smart contract, in which case now your address is not credited with having burnt those tokens. You receive an NFT that is the proof of those burnt tokens. And now if you want to move it to a different address or sell it to somebody else, you can literally sell that proof of burn certificate in the form of that NFT.
I've got you. Yeah. Okay. I've got it now. Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. And there's obviously game theory and things built on top, which is interesting, and how they
Oh, yeah, it blows the game theory
all
into a
enhances
whole
the
nother
thing.
level.
It's all enhances it, and it's not just like a people that get in first, dump it and pub it. It has these game theory elements to some of this. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited about all three of these. I will be holding all three of these NFTs.
What Sime Ace mentioned earlier is a little bit interesting as well. There are some people who would want to buy. I can see that they would want to buy an staking NFT, for example, which hasn't been claimed. It's somewhat like the people who collect action figures. Some people would rather have the action figures in mint condition, not out of the box. No one has played with it. The value is still there, but there's sort of an intrinsic value of not having claimed it yet.
That's exactly in line with what Slim Ace was just saying. Leave
Yeah, that's
the
what I mean.
stake
That's what
in the
she mentioned.
NFT
Yeah.
because somebody will value that, even though it could be cashed in. They won't, because they'll value that the fact that the NFT itself still holds the Zen within it.
But eventually you have to take out the stuff from it because your term's going to end. There's only
Not
like
on
a
the
500.
not on the stake. Not on the stake. There's
Not
no
on the
penalty
stake.
for.
Not on
Oh yeah,
staking.
got you. Okay.
Anything.
Okay, got you. Yeah. And sorry
Staking
for
is ready
interrupting
for
you
years.
as well. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you. I joined the group and butted in, so I apologize for that. But yeah.
No worries about the interruptions. We're all here to learn, so feel free to jump in. Hey, Slim Ace, do you think that that a staking NFT like that, like say you got 1,000-day 20% stake with I don't know 10 million Zen, right? Do you think that that thing, once it goes past 1,000 days, that you think there's any chance that that thing would increase in value just because it hasn't been redeemed?
Of course. That's I think that's the beauty of it. You know, is it a NFT that you keep, you leave a certain amount of your staking in there, a good amount, and you know, you don't have to worry about it. And I think it makes that NFT so much more valuable than any other NFT that's empty. I think that's a beautiful selling point because the next thing is if you want to sell it on the open seas market, people are going to be like, okay, is it empty or does it have some Zen in it? You know, and
Yeah,
people,
and all those
it's a very
higher
good
rates are going to go
negotiation
away every
in
90
coin.
days, right?
I'm sorry?
All those higher rates, like the 20% goes away. So after 1,090 days, there's literally no chance of there ever being another one of them once they're cashed in, right?
Yeah.
And so on and so forth with the 19 and the 18 and the 15%. So like there'll be whole classes of them. And I guess like you say, if you know, very few people will leave them in the NFT. So that makes them even more rare.
Yeah, that
Like
is
they're
going to
rare
be
just
so
by the nature of.
fantastic.
It'll be interesting to see how many people actually leave them
Leave it.
past the maturity date. Yeah.
That'll be so interesting. Wow.
Are you an
That's going to
NFT
be
fan?
major. I beg your pardon?
Are you an NFT fan?
Um, I'm, let's see. I would love one, you know, but I wasn't so crazy about them because I found that the ones on OpenSeas was so expensive. And but this one I'm very interested in. I'm dying to get one. Dying to
Create
get
one, you
one.
mean? You're dying to create one?
Well, yeah.
I think it's the difference. The big difference is the way they're created and distributed. Again, no one's ever tried this, right? First, they never tried it with a token, and I think these guys knew that they were going to do a similar model of creation and distribution with an NFT from the
Mm,
start. They just didn't think that it was going to have to happen so fast, right? Like I think they kind of anticipated having months to create the code and the contracts and stuff. And
mm.
Zen took off so fast that they had to kind of hurry up and catch up, right?
Yeah, but this is so, I mean, I want this NFT so bad. I'm praying I
Well,
could get in.
think about this. That you mean one of the first 1,000? You want one of those? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, even the first
So
10,000, I'll be very
yeah.
happy to
Oh yeah. I
get
mean the first 10,000. Yeah. You're willing to
because
do
there's not
100.
never going to be another like that. These are the
Yeah,
first.
but that you realize that's one made with the the batch minter, right?
Yeah,
So if you don't redeem them at the term, they get diluted out after 7 days. So like there's no incentive to leave those past maturity.
right. So you want the
But the
staking one, of course. Well, you want both.
you willing to pay 100 times the standard transaction fee to get one of the first 10,000 batch minting NFTs?
Um, it depends. It depends. I know it's going to be expensive.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind that that's only the first transaction. You also have to pay 100 times the transaction on the claim, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, especially on the minting one. So you have to be really prepared
Yeah, that can be expensive.
for the
That one's going to
minting
be,
one. So the staking ones are gonna go fast,
well,
faster
think
than the
about this.
minting one.
Think about this. So if you get a staking NFT and you get it, if it's available in the first 90 days, which we still have, what, about 70 days left? So it's possible, right? How much Zen would you have available prior to that 70 days to put into a stake? Like, how much Zen do you think the highest, the most liquid person would be able to put into a 20% APY staking NFT?
I don't know. Maybe
100 million?
Wait.
A billion?
I maybe 300 million.
And then you have to figure that where I'm going with this is that each progressive 90 days allows for the potential for higher amounts of Zen to be
Zen.
locked into these NFTs, right?
Mm-hmm,
Because
mm-hmm.
each progressive drop in interest it means 90 more days has went by, so there's the potential of a greater supply, meaning the potential for any single actor to put more Zen into that NFT. So when you get all the way to the end and the yield drops down to nothing, right? Like the last of the staking yields has been paid, then the biggest ones in terms of Zen will probably be the lowest ones in terms of interest.
Yes.
And vice versa.
Wow. It really doesn't worth selling it.
So then yeah.
So it don't worth selling it until your stake is over.
So it's a commitment of a it's a commitment of a maximum of 1,090 days, right? 1,089 days.
I wouldn't
That's
sell
like 3
them.
years.
I wouldn't sell them until everything becomes disinflationary. But then again, I don't even want to let go of them.
Were you involved in the creation of HSIs during the bonus multiplier days?
No, I don't think I would. No, I don't think I was around.
Well, this is just like last year, maybe not even a year yet. This is the Hedron, ICOSA Hedron.
I'm just in crypto for a year now.
Okay, well that happened probably within your time in the game. They had in the beginning, they had the ability to create an HSI stake, which is nothing more than an encapsulated hex stake that's represented by an NFT. And in the beginning, I think it dropped off every 10 days, it dropped by one. So you had the first ones were they had a 10x multiplier on how much Hedron was minted on that stake for the life of the stake. And almost all of these stakes were created as 15 years. So people who created those particular NFTs will be minting 10 times the Hedron that every other stake in existence will be minting out 15 years from now. Those are hard to sell.
Slim Ace, you might want to look at WhatsApp.
From what I understand, you are a person who likes to collect NFTs, if possible. So I think have a look at WATSA, WAATSA.
I think you can still, I think a better thing to be looking at would be the upcoming auctions and look for those 10x multiplier bonus stakes and see if you can't buy one in the auction. Because you literally have to have a time machine to get one unless you can get it from somebody who was there at that time. And the farther out we go, the more valuable they become.
True, but if you can't afford the, well, we don't know what it's going to be like for the HSI auctions come the big, the 90-day launch. But with the WhatsApp, there's never going to be a new WhatsApp added ever, as compared to the HSIs. So that's got that. For people who like to collect stuff, it might be interesting.
But with the 10x bonus multiplier HSIs, you're in the money from the start. With the Watsas, I'm already we're getting close to 90 days. And on the earliest Watsas I made, I'm still like 50% in the hole.
Which is why it's better to buy it now, right? The WhatsApp. So if there's any put up on OpenSea, for example, you get it at a discounted rate, so to speak.
Maybe if you can pick them up on a secondary market, you could get a better deal. But if you were to, well, you can't create them. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. No, I think you're probably, are they trading at a discount?
I have no idea. I minted WhatsApps as well, so I'm at a loss.
Yeah.
In terms of how much I invested, so I didn't bother to try to look for discounted WhatsApp. But for someone like Slim Ace, it might be attractive, since that's only going to reduce with time. So it's a very rare thing, and it lasts forever. Yeah, if it's trading at a discount, or even if it's at its fair value, right?
Well, what's fair value? I mean, fair value would mean that the ACOSA that it's already generated is worth equal to what you're paying. Yeah, I guess that could be a good deal.
Something like that.
Because you and I minted them early, and we're still 50% down. So even if you paid up to 50% premium, you'd be getting them for what the original minters got them for.
The original minters are not really at a loss because you're earning. I think the APY is like about 500% a year. I think, and then I think it's 1,000%.
Yeah, by at a loss, it means that if you sell it now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you end WhatsApp now, then you will be at a loss. If you hold on to them, probably not. Probably not.
500, 1,000% APY. I'm not seeing any of that.
Well, it depends how much units of hedge on you have, but if quite a lot of people, like I think the squid's earning like $10 a day in terms of ACOSA, which isn't bad. But and then if you've done it,
I mean, are you talking 500 to 1,000% APY on what the value of what you put in to get it is?
No, in terms of your unit increases, so not dollar increases.
That's totally different.
Yeah, and then
because I'm figuring
that's how you've got to that's how you've got to value it out, because it's how much units of ACOSA that you're earning and how much hex you're getting. Because as the T-share rate increases, ACOSA gets harder to mint, and it keeps it's meant to keep its ratio. I mean, it started off at 1 to 30, now it's like 1 to 34, I think. And so next year it's going to be 1 for 50 because the T-share rate's 36,000.
I'd
So
argue that the way you need to present it or the way you need to calculate it is you need to calculate the return you're getting on the starting value that you put in to get that WATSA. And in
yeah,
terms of
okay.
that, I'm like earning a very, very small percentage, and I'm way in the hole. And it's going to be probably a
But
couple years to get to break even.
that's if you've got like how much hicks do you need to be able to earn 200 hicks a day? Well, some of the COSA yields kind of like if you're earning like 2 or 4 COSA, 3 times 30, that's 90 hicks a day. So how much T shares, that's 90 hicks a day, 90 divided by 6.5. So that's like 13 T shares to be able to. So if you kind of like look at it in that way for some of the, yeah.
I'm looking at it as in comparison to like, okay, let's say I put, I don't know, 1 million hex into a WATSA versus I sat on the 1 million hex and I roll it over in 7-day stakes and dump my returns on the market for ETH, right? I'm way underperforming short rolling stakes holding the hex by holding the WATSA. Now that may flip at some point, but from inception till now, I would have been better off holding the hex in short rolling stakes and dumping the yield on the open market weekly or monthly or whatever.
Okay, yeah. But with just going back to Zen, with those staking, if you do 1,000 days and I bought your 1,000 days, can I unstake it and I lose all the interest, obviously, but I keep the principal, or is it locked in?
You can't stake it because you're not the owner. The contract is
okay,
the owner.
I've got you. Oh,
You can
okay,
sell it
so
on the
I've got
secondary
you
market,
now.
but
Well,
you can't unstake it.
okay, and then it locks up more Zen. Oh, okay,
Yep.
got
And
you.
you're incentivized.
Yeah,
You're incentivized to make them 1,000-day stakes. Because why would you make shorter ones?
I got you. But going back to that Hedron thing, you just said you've got a bag of hex and then you dump it on the market for newcomers coming in, and then but then the whole system takes away kind of like that exit liquidity, and some of the smaller players can come in and obviously Hedron's dipped a lot, and so you bought someone's timeshares. You went back in time and bought their Hedron on when it was 6 or 7 zeros, and now you've got that Hedron that can stake. And if you're earning, it's hard for someone to buy like lots of hex. You need a lot of T shares to be able to earn, a lot of hex a day. So this Acosa thing, if you're earning 5 Acosa a day, that's 5 times 30. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Oh yeah.
Divided
For the
by
smaller
6.5.
player entering the
Yeah.
game now, it might be
Yeah.
practical. But for a larger, older player who's holding bags of hex, it really wasn't that great of a deal. I lost the opportunity cost that I could be using the hex for now doing short rolling stakes, which obviously aren't super beneficial to the hex ecosystem, right? But I'm not incentivized to do the other thing. I'm incentivized to do what's in my best interest, right? And what's in my best interest as a big hex holder is to do short rolling stakes and dump the yields on the market. Unless you like are, I don't know, fanatic and think that hex is going to long term, going to do some crazy thing that I don't think it's going to do. I'm not incentivized to do that. And you can see that other people feel the same because a lot of the big multi-million hex holders, that's what they're doing. They're rolling short stakes and they're dumping the yield on the market on a regular basis. That's why the price stays depressed, right?
Yeah. But do you think that hex can overcome that or not? You when it gets to the point where they destroy their golden eggs that the hen is laying, where you've got guys that have got big bags of hex, dump, do 5 day stumps, dump, and so that's why it's been depressed now. And then the OA or the SA or whatever you want to call him can't be bothered providing liquidity on a downward trend towards them. But do you see it breaking?
Oh, that's
Breaking that
kind
pattern out of it?
Kind of a fatal flaw in the design, right? Because it incentive. What you're trying to do ultimately with the crypto is to incentivize. If you're assuming that everyone will do what's in their best interest, and you're trying to align those incentives to be, if they are all doing what's in their self interest, that all aligns collectively to be what's in the collective better good. But that's not really what Hex accomplished yet.
But
like I know that's not the narrative.
Yeah, the problem is that in the community, you see people kind of like saying that you should do a 5-5-5-5, and then they're dumping on new people, having these parties on resorts and buying this car and shit like that. But a new person coming in doesn't like that because I'm not going to be your exit liquidity. Now,
right.
And then they don't.
And so
and then
there's
they don't understand
there's a conflict of interest, right? There's a conflict of incentives.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why I've never bought into the 5-5-5-5 staking strategy, because I just don't believe that it can sustain for that 15 years.
And then they don't like Hedron because you can trade your T-shares. And so on November the 14th, it's going to be a huge honesty test in the community to see if people actually value these T-shares or not. But
yeah, exactly. But Hedron, they may not like Hedron, and I know a lot of them, like Matty Allen, came out talking all kinds of mad shit about it, but Hedron kept Hex alive, because Hedron has done more to get more Hex off the market staked in 5-5-5-5s than anything else. The organic adoption of that philosophy was waning, and it's still waning, right? People are like, I don't know, 5-5-5, that's a long time, 15 years, and they don't really want to do it, but they're jumping on things like Maxi and Deci and Hedron and Icosa, and those things are incentivizing people to lock it for 15 years.
And then the communities having their own sacrifices on projects. But do you see that toxic part of the community, that toxic side going at one point when PulseX comes out, or because it's obviously quite toxic now that you've got everyone being bored and are launching this token or this token or this token or Texas token or Australia token or New York token and this token that can win you other tokens. So that's been quite
a bunch of sacrifice money grabs.
That's been quite a damaging part to obviously Richard's Heart's community, because you've had community members obviously start sucking up, damaging the community with it.
Who's behind all of those projects? Every single one of them. Yeah, long-term 5-5-5-5 stakers. They're all locked up. They can't get out. So they're trying to create something else that gives them access to money now, because they can't access their Hex because they bought into the long-term thing. And so now they're just money grabbing. They call Zen a vampire attack, but every single one of those sacrifice events was a money grab that is a vampire attack on the Hex community.
Yeah,
and the only two that weren't are icosahedron and the Maximus DAO, which are holding Hex together.
I totally
agree. Yeah.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
The thing about Zen is that also Richard Hart said that no centralized exchange would ever list Zen or time deposit type savings type thing. But look, it has with Zen. So he's wrong on, he was wrong on that. But it's not a vampire attack from the community whatsoever.
No, well, they're the people that are screaming the loudest are the ones that are locked up the longest and have the most to gain by holding the old narrative in place and getting more people to adopt the old narrative, but people aren't really buying it, right? There's a new narrative,
So,
and the new narrative
so
is
do
much
you?
more free.
But do you see if Pulse does come out and it is a layer one or is 6? Do you see the community being kind of like healed as like a bit
I don't see it.
where it goes forward again, or okay?
Short term, yeah. Long term, no. It's just gonna keep shrinking in size because I think the people that you have inside the echo chamber, they're incentivized to keep on screaming the same thing because they have all their money locked up, and they need people to come in and adopt it for them to get their money back out. That's the truth. They don't want to hear it, but that's the truth. And to convince more people to come in to a siloed community, and even if Pulse Chain gets going, it's all it solves is it solves the hex contract's fatal flaw, right? Which was the S-load raise. The S-load raise made hex, like really cost ineffective to end longer stakes. I was paying $800 and $900 to end 2-year stakes. That's insane, right? So they had to come up with a solution because by the time you get out to 15 years, what are you going to pay? $15,000 to end a stake? That's your transaction fee? Like it was
Okay,
just crazy.
but
So
there was quite a lot of
it'll solve that
yeah.
problem. It'll solve that problem for the people who are holding. But it still doesn't solve the problem of them needing more adoption to continue this thing going. What'll continue it going is all the money that's locked up. It's just like any other project that's come before it. Like I keep saying, there are Dash people that still think master nodes are coming back, right? And 5 and 10 years from now, there'll still be Hex fanatics that think Hex is coming back. But I don't think it is. I just don't think it is. And I think Richard's antics are doing more to harm it than to help it.
What do you think it
But
can
that's
do
just my
to
personal
kind
stance.
of like
And I hold a lot of Hex.
what do you think? What do you think it can do to change the tide and kind of like reverse that? Because obviously there's a lot of people that have sacked money for both things and some amounts of money. Do you think that was actual money or was artificial kind of like money that got put in and then? Do you know what I'm saying? Like quite a lot of money got
No.
sacked for it.
Oh, the SAC money? Well, yeah, sir. So it's the same thing again. Like I've got money. I've got more money sacked for Pulse Chain than the average person, right? But I'm not gonna delude myself into thinking that that wasn't kind of a mistake, right? Now, maybe it'll pan out, but now he's changed the narrative once again to Pulse isn't even some new innovative version of an EVM. It's just a copy paste of ETH 2.0. So now we don't even have it's new and novel and it's the biggest airdrop ever. That's already happened, right? That already happened. And 2.0 not beating them to market. That already happened. And it's not novel now because it's just a copy of ETH 2.0. So that's not there. What's left of the narrative? That it solves Hex's problem? Okay. It solves Hex's problem. So what? Now you can ride those stakes out and hope that they're worth something at the end of 15 years. Great.
The
Yeah.
whole
Okay.
thing is
Yeah.
so sad. It's so sad because if people really take a look at it, I guess they don't want to really look at it deeply because that 2 billion approximately in a bull market could be 15 to 20 billion. That's a lot of energy.
That 2 billion is also 1 billion of new money and 1 billion of recycled money, if not more. So you can't even really count it as 2 billion. And a lot of it was hex, right? Like if it wasn't for the Pulse sacrifice, the OA wouldn't be holding 90% plus of the hex supply, right? What it did was it gave people with a lot of hex an opportunity to unwind their hex without dumping on the market. They could give it to the sacrifice, and then when Pulse came out, they could cash out of their Pulse without hurting the hex ecosystem. It was like a convenient way for some of the big players to be allowed to exit without hurting the ecosystem. I don't know, man. It's kind of a mess now, and the toxic attitude of the inner circle definitely doesn't help.
Oh, it's rotten. It's rotten. The vibes are bad. That's why, I'm so happy for Zen. It came along at the right time. It's uniting all of the crypto exchanges. People who didn't know about Binance is learning about Binance. People who didn't know about Polygon and Avalanche is learning. This is great stuff. Is the reach is beautiful, and it's so sad with the Hex community. I have to say, I hope they wake up, because there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger because of denial.
Yeah, I think they're
A
going
lot
through
of
the 7 stages
denial.
of grief. Absolutely.
Yeah, and they just don't want to listen to their conscience. That there's something not right.
There are some saving graces. Hedron Icosa, I think. Alex is amazing, and honestly, I think that if it would probably take something happening to Richard for this to happen, but if something happened to Richard and he was no longer in the game, so he was no longer able to lead his following, I think Alex could actually save what's left of Hex and bring it to fruition. He has the abilities, he has the know, he has the knowledge, he has the abilities, he has the resources. He's totally capable. He's literally building an Infura server system. Like he could do it. But if I don't have much faith in Richard pulling off a miracle personally. That doesn't mean that I don't think Hex or Pulse or any of them won't pump. They won't get up to new highs, and people will get all reinvigorated and dump their money in. But anybody that buys the top of the next top, they're just exit liquidity. And I'm saying that even though I would love to cash out the rest of my Hex at another top, right? But I don't want to convince other people to jump in and be my exit liquidity and get wrecked just so I can get out. Like I'd rather just stop, right? I'd rather take a whole loss on the entire pile of Hex I have left than to do that. But if it comes down to dumping on the heads of these toxic inner circle, I have no issues with that. I have no problems with that at all.
But do you, like, I'm kind of like hoping that the toxic and the circle can go away or reduces. But I mean, because
It'll go away. It'll go
like,
away to some extent if things start cranking again and things start
the
moving up
RA
again.
The RA obviously has got the community's SEC money that can be used to provide liquidity, which does stabilize, could pump it, but yeah.
Do you think that there would ever be a chance that Richard would admit that this isn't really going where we were anticipating it going, and we don't want to get new people in to get them wrecked. So here's what we're going to do. The OA's money is going to be used as extra liquidity. We're gonna offer a buyout of Hex tokens at whatever a set given price, and everybody has an equal share to get out of their Hex if they want to. And then if you want to stay in and ride it, then good for you. You're welcome to ride it, right? Do you think he would ever do that? Like literally dilute himself to give everybody back a percentage of their money and let them all get out
Never.
without getting wrecked? Yeah,
Never.
me neither. I don't think he would ever do
It's
that.
not in him.
He's not gonna give up his rolls and his Rolexes and his fancy lifestyle. He's not gonna give it up. He's had a taste of it. He's keeping it. He's
He
not going
didn't
back.
he didn't even give the community a budget, a lower end of the budget or a higher end to create Pulse Chain and Pulse X. I thought it hit me the other day and I'm saying, wait a minute. He just allowed people just to keep on giving and giving and giving and giving. And he came with nothing. Oh, it's going to cost about this amount approximately on the low end, or on the high end, it's going to be a certain amount. But we were just giving blind. I mean, that is some type of, I hate to say it, mind control, because nobody in the community asked for it or said, oh, how much it's going to cost, Richard. He totally had our hearts, and
And
then
just to,
I
just to
saw
add to that point, if you don't mind, Vitalik, the Ethereum guy, he raised about, I think, 24, 26 million in 2014 for Ethereum. That's all he raised. Granted, they've been upgrades, and of course, they've spent more in upgrades. But compare that to over $1 billion or close to $1 billion in raise by Richard. What did he need all that money for? Just to copy another, Let's see how much he puts towards liquidity, because that will be telling. Let's see how much he puts towards liquidity when the time comes, because
I think he will, because that's what he allowed. Hicks went from $5,000 liquidity. That allowed Hicks to go from 5,000 to 50 cents, because he came. And so he could.
I think
because
it started from
I'm
nothing.
a bit like
It started.
Yeah, because that was my mistake. Because I was probably one of the I got Hicks in the adoption amplifier day one, but I kind of didn't understand it, and I kind of sold out too soon because I didn't understand the power of liquidity providing, and we have a community, and Richard Hart might put at least 10% of the SEC money, but still the SEC money has a liquidity of 25 mil, and that enables it to go to a certain price range. So that's what I misunderstood a little bit by it, where instead of you have VC dumping something, you have kind of a little bit of liquidity or market making support. But even Richard Hart has said that he's sick of hexagon selling. That's the first thing they do when they wake up in the morning, is have the sale price. So he's not going to want to go against the downward trend at the moment with the Dow Jones, the interest rates with the Fed still going up. He's not going to. So that's why I think that he is waiting to give a better opportunity to where there's a floor and then we go up. But yeah, I don't like products that dump on people without market fit and without staking. But so long as it's safe, the dApps are safe, and then there's no rugging, or you're able to stake, I kind of still still like it. But in terms of like the pulse chain with the BNB, it didn't work. Like the rotations with the nodes could have got hacked, and then when it got to your line, it paused the network, and you weren't earning any gas because the gas was so low. With the validation, the beats was just so low. Like you could stake a lot of pulse, but in like 1 pulse a day, and so it didn't make sense. So I think yeah, I'm not sure.
I think I
Yeah,
saw
well,
something on Twitter where it's now 2024, first or second quarter of 2024. It's predicting Pulse Chain is going to come out. That's crazy. Mm-mm. You have $2 billion. Come on.
He won't have a community by then. It's every month it's starting to damage his reputation. So yeah.
I just have
If
to
Pulse
pray
doesn't come out,
for.
Hex is like you get these people that go, oh, if Pulse, I don't care if Pulse or Pulse 6 doesn't come out, but I've got Hex, ha ha ha. If that doesn't come out, it's gonna ruin the community. So yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that it wasn't just the Hex community that sacrificed. I hate to use that word. I don't like gifted the funds towards Pulse Chain and Pulse X. It was the whole crypto community. No matter what chain you was on at that time, you heard about us. You're gonna give something, you're just gonna give something. And it's just amazing. It's like, wow, it's blown my head that we were all behind him, you know, and then he just turned very nasty. And I, uh, I just it's going to be a hard times ahead for a lot of people to realize they've been hexed.
Oh, anyone there?
Well, we have Zen, and that gives us a lot of hope because I know a lot of people who put out. So I feel good to be here, and we're here to listen to them. I know it's a lot of anger, denial, but we're here.
I just have a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I minted a couple NFTs, like 6, I think, and I did them for like all different periods of time. Like I did one for 1 day, one for 30 days, one for 15 days, one for a year, whatever. So the one that I minted 17 days ago or 20 days ago, um and I was supposed to claim it like 2 or 3 days ago. Am I still able to claim it or no?
Yes. So it dilutes a little bit each day. The sooner you get that done, the more you're going to get. If you wait till 7 days, you'll lose 99% of it. But in the first day, you only lose like 1%. This is outlined in the white papers specifically. I'm just pulling these numbers out of my head, so don't quote me on them. But I think the second day loses 3%, and then it starts to get heavier from there. On
Well,
on
all
the
right.
on the seventh day,
To
you're
be exact, it was 15. I minted it the day of mint, and I did it for 15 days. So it's been 10 days since it's been due.
if it's over 7 days, you've lost 99%. It's probably not worth the fees.
Okay, gotcha. That's all I wanted to know. Cause I couldn't even find where I can claim it. Cause I claimed them before, but I didn't know this new website.
Yeah, sorry you lost that.
No, it's alright. It's not a big deal. It was my mistake. I got caught up with some life stuff and forgot that I had to claim it. Alright, cool. But on the new website, it's mint.zencrypto.io, right?
The website zen.network.
Zen, hold on.
For the DApp, you mean?
Yeah, like where you claim it and stuff.
Yeah, go to zen.network. Same place you minted them, you go to claim them.
Okay, so there's another one. There's another website that looks very similar. It's called mint.zencrypto.io.
Anybody else know that one?
No, I
That could
would
be a
not do.
scam site.
Yeah, I connected a burner
What
wallet
was
to
it?
it.
I want to check if I want to look at it. Could you repeat
It
what it
looks
was?
really nice. It looks like very like I thought you guys did a V2 of the first website because it's super clean. Super
What
clean.
is the website called again? Can you repeat
It's
that, please?
mint mint dot zencrypto dot io. It has a white paper, it has all the chains, Ethereum, Binance, Polygon, Avalanche, ETHPOW, Moonbeam, EVMOS, um, connect your wallet, white paper, learn more, um, rewards,
And
Telegram, Twitter, Discord, GitHub, CoinMarketCap. It has like everything: supply, liquid, staked, rewards, AMP, EAA, APYs. Um, on the main page, it has be your
Yeah,
own bank.
I've never heard that site. Dennison, did you go look at it?
It's zencrypto.io.
I've never heard of it, man. I would stay away from that.
Can
I
you
Well,
mean,
guys take
there's
a
there
look
even
isn't.
at
a
it?
guy who's been in chat since the
Is
beginning who's created his own site, and it's probably reliable as ever. But still, we say out there that we're not sure if it's secure enough.
wait,
So really, it's like
zencrypto.io,
there's
is that
really
the
no
one
there's really
that's the one
yeah. I've
Stardust made, I think? Hold on.
It
it
looks
You
really
said
could be
something else.
clean.
You
it,
said mint. He said mint dot something. Zencrypto.io, I think is.
It's
yeah.
zencrypto.io, and then when you go to mint, it's mint.zencrypto.io. But it
Oh,
looks
okay.
really clean.
Wait one
This
second.
looks
Wait one second.
this
I
looks
think that's.
just like this looks like Joe made it. They copied Joe's website, unless this is Joe.
It looks really professional.
It's because it's Joe's. It's this. This is the same design as Joe's. He's been in the community since day one, and
yeah,
even the Zen
so
team, have pointed out that he does a great job and everything. But
So that's not you
I've
guys, right?
this one, man. I would
No,
stay away from this.
I don't know who this is.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna. I mean, I connected a burner wallet to it anyway. It's not a big deal. Um, I'll disconnect right now. Okay, cool.
Yeah, dude. There's no reason to not use the official Zen.network website.
Yeah.
The
Got it.
one you're looking at, that's like a trusted community website,
Okay,
Is
cool.
this
zencrypto.io. It's made by Made of
the
Starter.
Stardust one? Is it?
Yeah.
They've changed it a whole bunch. Where's all their about
Well,
us and all that?
you're just looking at a subdomain, mint.zencrypto. All of the other stuff
No,
is
I'm
on the
looking at
main.
zencrypto.io.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they did update their website.
Oh
Where's
yeah,
the?
it says my claim
Who did this?
penalty is 99%.
This is made of Stardust. How do
Oh,
you?
cool.
It looks really nice.
Where's their?
But
They
I
had
don't
little
see.
bios on there
Yeah, I
before.
don't see where you can claim your Zen. But I did find the Zen network. It says that I have a penalty of 99%. So, GG's.
This has
Sorry.
really changed then from what they had last time I looked at it.
Oh, it's beautiful. I was really thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, they must be in cahoots with Joe. This is beautiful.
Well, they put
Can
I knew they put a front end on there.
Can you drop his handle? The guy that created that website.
It.
Rule number 2, never touch a grip that'll you for some prison. Rule number 3, 3 money, 2 better stocks.
Sorry. Get that.
As cool as it looks, and I'm sure it's legit and everything, we just got to remember all of these sites haven't been, they haven't been audited by the official team and all of that. So it does come with additional risk. Like the Zen team, use it and everything, but they didn't create it. So, yeah, I'm not saying it's bad or phony or anything like that, but I just use the Zen.network,
Gotcha. Do you know the guy's handle that created that website?
This one, if this is made of Stardust, it's at Made of Stardust. She's in this group.
Yes, it
But I'm
is. That's
not
probably
finding
the
any of
best.
their about pages anymore. Did they just remove that stuff?
I found her. I sent her a message. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah. I'll have to just ask her if they took that stuff off.
or lag the Doji chain too. It's not listed on here. They don't have Phantom on here as well.
Hey, Danny's in. I wouldn't even enter into that website.
Why is that?
talking to ET earlier about how certain links can lead to different URLs, even if it's a legit link.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love Joe's website, and I'm sure it's totally legit, sounds like he's legit and has plenty of experience to build stuff like that. I just don't really see any need in any use in connecting to it. You know, I'll just use the .network myself. You know, as much experience as Joe has, he doesn't have the equivalent experience of all the people on the Zen team working together, you know.
Yeah. Oh no, Joe's link is pretty dope though. I'm not gonna say anything negative about that.
Yeah, it's awesome. I might use it one of these days. I just have chosen not to yet.
Yeah, I'm actually helping him out with it right now.
Oh yeah, what you guys working on? If you don't mind me asking.
I'll DM you.
I'll flag you, man. So what's your take on that .io? Have they been in contact with Joe and asked him to kind of copy his look there? Guess that's a better question for Joe.
Yeah, I can't answer that. That's all him.
Well, I've asked. I'll find out if that's the same site. I think it is, but it's changed a lot, so I can't 100% verify that it is. But I 100% trust Made of Stardust, and I've known her for years.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this home page bookmarked since weeks before launch, and
Okay.
I click on the Mint Zen, and then it takes me to that. So
I wonder if I bookmarked it.
I didn't recognize the ZenCrypto.io for some reason.
Yeah, I didn't bookmark it. Bookmark it now. No, I'll get an answer back from her. They had a whole bio section on here earlier, and I don't see any of that. Like some of the layout in the articles, they all seem similar. It's just very, very different. It's nice looking still. And they do a good job. I just
Yeah, they've changed it a couple times, I think, over the course of a couple weeks here.
But like this little section down here that says, oh, here you hover over the names, it tells you who they are. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I think the contributors down below with that link.
Well, I don't see her in there anywhere, so
Unless her name is something else.
oh, I know who she is. She's not in there. Huh.
Yeah, you're right, she's not anymore.
It looks like there's more people involved.
Yeah.
More designers.
Yeah, a lot of designers. Well, I don't know. Just search in the chat here.
I'm not sure what you're questioning, but she's like made a start off is definitely involved. I talk to her regularly about the articles that she's publishing and
on this particular page.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
She shared some articles before publishing them, and I've read them, and she's definitely involved.
Okay, cool. Yeah, then I trust this page. It just looks very different than the last time I looked at it.
Yeah, they updated
that Mint Zen button on their website leads to the mainnet link. So I guess we were just trying to communicate on if that was legit or not, and it seemed like it was lit.
Yeah, I think it's legit.
Yeah, ET's also posted it in the chat as a link as a trusted community website, so that's definitely cool. Okay, well, that's a lot of changing they've made to that site because I almost don't recognize it. It looks very different. I knew they put a front end. Did they work with Joe Blau? Is that like a copy of his front end dashboard?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but I remember he did say it was open source. But I'm not sure what the situation is, but I'm sure the website's all legit, and they made a Stardust like told me when she changed it, and the minting thing is legit. I don't know what the arrangement is between how it looks the same though.
Yeah, different colors, but pretty much same layout. Well, cool. That's cool.
So the Zen price has not backed off much. It's like pulled back a bit, but it's heading back up again.
Gosh, considering all your experience looking at price charts, ET, I'd love to hear you talk for ages.
Well, like Zen's different because like you could literally just arbitrage whatever happens with either like short-term mints, but at the moment this crypto cell website saying 6-day mint to break even, which seems surprising to me. I can't understand what's going on there. I would have thought it would have come down to a shorter time frame, but it was out to 11 days near the bottom.
Yeah, this is quoting 36 Gwei too.
Okay, that's why it's got such a high. That's why it's 6 days, because of the cost to mint. Yeah, so that will fluctuate up and down. So I guess at 36 Gwei it is 6 days. So it seems like what happened was that everyone who had short-term mints who could sell sold, and there just wasn't enough people who had like 21-day mints, or where we're at now, like 26 days from the start, with enough supply to push the price down, I guess. So it's just illiquid, and there's a lot of demand coming because Zen was promoted on this wallet in China, and it's kind of getting like pretty much going viral on Twitter because of the price action.
These poor souls. Did you notice all the long-term mints? All of that is slowly growing and getting bigger.
Yeah, but so is the size of the community, and that represents more demand as well. So it's
Yeah, I tweeted them yesterday, that thanking them for this, but also hinting like, hey, we can't wait for you guys to release all the other chains. I mean, this tool is just so awesome that they created. I love it.
I see why it's at 6 days, because they're estimating like $15 to mint and claim at the moment. So that's quite expensive. That's why it's at 6 days, even with the price rise. I think what this will do is it changes the sentiment, like with Zen. Like I think before this, people just assumed the price would just fall and fall and fall for however many days it takes to reach a floor. But now this has shown that there can be these like shortages of supply and spikes in demand. So people will kind of expect this to happen again, and it will happen again. So people, like if you look on the Zen unlock address over the year, like from March next year through till I'm not sure, like August or something, there's not very many addresses that are unlocking Zen in that period. But I think people will start to sort of ladder out in that period to allow for something like this happening, take advantage of it.
Yeah, I've been waiting for it to fill in. I did notice this one on in March, the end of March. That was another one that just popped up out of nowhere. So we get these big players that are doing these large mints, and it literally just pops up, you know?
Yeah, that has to be just one person or a group or something, because there's no like logical reason for that one just to spike up there.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the one that popped up on New Year's Eve of this year. That one just all of a sudden happened one day, you know?
The thing is that you can see that, and then you can just put yours like a couple of days before. So you can be sure that you won't be kind of claiming like as this massive amount of supply comes to the market, you'll be just ahead of it.
Yeah, kind of like trying to do your hex stakes. It's kind of the same concept. Well, it is the same concept. I mean, I guess you're right. Like, you know, the lowering the amount of Zen that's available, you start seeing this volatility and stuff. But I mean, I expect it to get really crazy in a couple years where it's just really difficult to decide. Because I think when we reach that precipice where you need to start making the decisions of whether it's worth it to mint or buy, right? And that decision to mint, I imagine would be like a much shorter time frame, you know, like but maybe not. I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but I do expect extreme volatility when that precipice comes. When it's like obvious that it's becoming less, like really less incentivized to just mint and versus buying, you know. If that made any sense at all.
I wonder if at some point people realize that long-term mints is probably a better strategy. Like I don't think they've realized that at this stage, looking at the way the addresses are unlocking are distributed. So right
Yeah,
now,
It looks like more, it looks to me like there's more long-term addresses or very close to the shorter term. It's kind of spread out more, you know?
At the moment, it costs $15 to mint and claim. And they're saying that 412-day mint with the current price is worth 1,530 US.
It is interesting, as you pointed out, just the total polarization of mints. You know, there's just a huge batch of short-term ones and then a huge batch of longer term. And very few people really got in between yet.
So it's quite an interesting story because at the beginning, like for the first hour, it was focusing on
Well, you cut that off just before she was going to tell us what the quite interesting story was about. Kind of, she had a cute accent too. I was kind of interested to hear what that story was about.
There must be a chart that shows the cost of Bitcoin mining versus the price of Bitcoin mining, and I'm just interested, like how much of a premium that runs at, and then sometimes it must go below the cost. But is that any guide to how Zen will function? Like it will obviously run away from the actual cost to mint at times. But how far away does Bitcoin get from its cost to mine? And is there any comparison? Because you need to have like a commercial mining operation, and whereas Zen, anyone can do it.
I don't know if they've consolidated that information though, because there's so many different places people are mining, and the miners are kind of moving as geopolitical situations push them to a different place, or they get better electricity cost here or there. Mining farms are literally moving around the globe, right? So I don't know if that information's really consolidated in a concise enough way without just being kind of guesswork. I guess you could take like average cost. I don't know. I've never seen that data. That would be interesting data though.
I guess Zen is different then, because it's a pretty level playing field. You don't need to take advantage of like having some special hydropower resources or something to be able to mint a bulk amount of Zen.
Yeah.
Where
Well, I saw one particular instance where this, and I was just watching a channel. This guy, he travels around, all around Canada in a camper, and he just goes and finds interesting shit to film and look at and explore, right? And so it's a really interesting channel. And he happened to be up in a place where it was like an island where there had been some sort of civilization there at one point based around some manufacturing of something that was there, but the buildings were mostly all, but there was like they were mostly all vacated, and there, but there was a certain like small segment of people who still chose to reside there anyway. And he was kind of he was going around looking at different things and getting a little tour of by some of the people that were still there. And they came to this one giant building that was all fenced in, and the guy was telling him that a mining farm, a Bitcoin mining farm, had moved into the one of the floors of that building, and it was due to they had, I don't remember the specifics, but it had to do with they had excess power that they were generating there that they had set up it was either hydroelectric or something. They had set up some kind of a generating plant to handle the needs of the manufacturing thing. And since they had this excess energy that wasn't getting used, they had worked a deal with some Bitcoin mining farm owner who moved his mining rigs into this building, and they were just kind of mostly remotely managed. They showed up there on site like once a week or once a month or something. It was kind of a remote site. Like they had to get out there by ferry or something. There was only X amount of, time frames where you could get on or off the island. So I mean, it just happened to notice that. Like, probably a lot of people watching the video didn't even notice it. Just I happened to be in crypto, so it like caught my attention. But they said it kind of is just in passing, like, oh yeah, that we worked out this deal with this Bitcoin mining farm thing, and as if that wasn't the point of the video or anything. It just happened to be in there, and I found that interesting. Like the Bitcoin mining farm guy probably was like, why are they telling people, about the location of my mining farm? But I've seen things like that where they're doing the geothermal stuff in Iceland, and it just becomes super cost effective to, and a lot of these big operators are moving these, giant farms from one location to the other to try and minimize cost or maximize output and gain as especially as we, dip in the price like this from the high 60s to, 20s. So yeah, it's interesting data. I would love to see if that was ever compiled, but I don't know if it can be, because I think a lot of these Bitcoin mining farms are kind of secretive operations where, nobody's really disclosing their locations and their cost factors and stuff. That data's maybe compiled somewhere by somebody, but it would be interesting. And cold climates seem to be really popular too, right? So because they generate a lot of heat, and saves them a lot of cost if they don't have to air condition the server rooms.
So there's 2 batch minters in the top 10 now for Zen alongside the Zen contract. I can see this just being like 10 batch minters in the top 10 in the future, always.
How many addresses do those guys do?
Well, one of them's doing like $16,700 in the last 3 hours, or 10.86 ETH. So I guess we could sort of extrapolate it if it's running at $15 per address at the moment. That's like only 1,000 or something close to that. It's not very many. And then it's done
Are they
100.
minting at those prices? Are they minting?
Well, that's the price now. I guess so.
I would think they
now
would be. I think they would be more concerned with minimizing them costs.
well, has Segway dropped much? Like, I'm just looking at a chart here. It doesn't show it going below 30 for a while.
Looks like the most recent transaction that's not pending for this coin tool is 45 minutes ago.
The thing is, with like very little use, basically, it's 117,000 US today, and the number one would be around 309,000. So it's like a third of the number one position with hardly any use. I think once the NFTs come out, it's going to be over $1 million a day straight away, possibly 5 million a day.
I can't wait.
That's not a small bet.
So if you say $5 per transaction, which is on the low side, that's only 2,000 NFTs with 100, like maximum 100 VMUs to get to 1 million. The thing is that whatever it is, it's going to be huge the first day, and that's going to get a lot of attention. And when people come to see what Zen's about, there's going to be an easy way for them to take part, which is going to create a positive feedback loop to just be spending more Ethereum. So it's going to keep it going. Whereas before it was it's complicated to come mint like 100 addresses or something. Not many people would do that. It's also going to show up on OpenSea and probably be the #1 like NFT by volume, which is going to attract a whole new market just looking at it from another perspective or becoming aware of it.
Yeah, the NFT crowd's going to be big.
Now that you put it all together, maybe we can expect some serious volatility in these prices. Because I'm looking at DEX tools right now, and I hate talking about market cap because it's kind of ridiculous in my opinion, but this is claiming there's only $4 million. So, this pretty easy to move the chart around with a bunch of people making small transactions, right? All these people getting involved in their central exchanges and all of that. So when we get even more traffic, wouldn't you guys expect even more volatility? Because it's just so easy to move this price around right now, right?
But also with the batch minter, you can also just look at what it would take to arbitrage it down, and eventually the ongoing arbitrage is going to catch up with the price spikes and keep pulling it back down to wherever is some sort of reasonable kind of value.
Yeah, you can't argue with the formula, with Zen's formula. It's going to do that. But just these random spikes in prices which don't make sense. Well, I guess I can just say I'm expecting them, but over the course of a long downward trend, because you can't argue with the formula. So I'm sure there's people that know what they're doing this stuff, but I bet the majority of it is people not knowing what Zen is about and just buying, and pushing up the price and people who do know what it's about is also taking advantage of it. And crap, we've already seen 100x in this pump. This is crazy.
I think the surfers are having fun. So, make them have their fun. I have no problem with that. But I know my plans is long term and I'm sticking to it. And there's some of them, they're just hard heads, they just want to have fun. That's good.
Yeah, man, if I was riding that wave and made a 80, 90, 100x, I'd be pumped right now. You can't blame them.
Yeah. But it's not the time to really buy. So, but you want to be a whale or you want to be a surfer.
I never heard of that one. Did you say surfer?
Yeah.
I like I like the sound of that,
Wait.
surfer.
Oh, okay. You want to surf the waves or you want to be a big whale in the deep sea?
That's a
You
new
can
one to me, a
splash on
surfer.
everybody.
ET.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of these days, I'm gonna have to need your assistance on that combat that you were talking about a while back.
Yeah, for sure. I can show you, have a screen share session or something and go through it.
I'm down for that. I'm pretty good at shortcuts, like on keyboards. You know what I mean? Like I'm on a keyboard all day. You know what I mean? That helps me out with like multitasking. So, but yeah, other than that, just could run through those little steps, and then I'll try and get more second nature with it.
Well, I've been doing these 15-minute mutes. They seem to kind of get the point across a bit better. Just with the people with the price chat, I don't know how many times you can tell them. They just don't seem to register or care.
God.
But and I don't think that maybe will ever change because there's always new people coming that just all they want to talk about is the price. So especially
Keep
when it's
bargaining.
like moving a lot.
Right, correct. They just keep barging in with that, like same. They're all becoming their own algorithm.
That was funny.
But I guess people, like a large portion of them, are making their way to the price chat. Like there's 4,681 people there now, and the ones that kind of understand that that's where it happens, sort of staying there.
Human's gonna human.
CoinGecko seems to have a pretty good listing for Zen. They have the correct total supply, and then they calculate a market cap from that, which they get 9.8 million, which is correct. Coin market cap's just being silly and saying there's no supply, but there is a really clear like liquid supply they could just get from the contract, and they're not showing it in their top gainers for the day either. Coin market cap, whereas CoinGecko does.
I really like how CoinGecko really put it out there on the tweet, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they really did a little thread on that.
Yeah, how's that for free marketing? Like a 12 tweet thread or something, just going through all the details of Zen. That's amazing.
Yeah, that was kind of special right there.
I think that might be how the wallet, that where all the Chinese traffic, maybe like they saw the CoinGecko tweet, then they became aware of Zen, and then they put Zen featured on their wallet because it seemed to come like just a couple of days after.
Yeah, that makes sense, the timing wise.
Because it wasn't like the CoinGecko tweet that kind of caused the pump in the price, but maybe just that extra kind of credibility and endorsement helped them list it in their wallet, and then I think that really is what kicked it off. I can't access that wallet. I tried to download it, but it doesn't allow it from my region. But I'm curious to see if it's still listed there.
Tanzanians. I'm out. Peace.
Good night, man. Is there anybody in here that's got anything on their mind or?
Good morning, Xenians. ET, maybe you're privy to that information. I'm wondering if Jack is trying to have Xen incorporated in any protocols on all of these chains. I don't know, something like lending and borrowing, liquidity provisioning, anything of that sort. Is that something that the team is actively seeking out, or what's the plan here?
I don't know what they're actively seeking out regarding that, but just generally speaking, I imagine that third parties can like do that themselves at this stage. I think their main focus at the moment is on the Zen, the NFT batch minter, and then the burn NFT, and then the staking NFT.
Yeah, makes sense. Just thinking that probably most of the biz dev teams of these protocols are, yeah, in favor of getting a heads up. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree that it's like, I think there definitely will be some sort of a lending protocol for like for Zen as well as the Zen NFTs, because there's a like the situation where you get to the end of your claim and maybe you don't have the funds to cover the gas, or you want to like leverage the other like Zen NFTs you have to provide funds to cover the gas on one of them. And I think Zen will become like a relatively stable coin in the future, not in the first year and maybe not in the second year, but at some point, I think it will lend itself something that can be collateral and relatively stable.
Yeah, it's got to be quite minimal, I would imagine, wouldn't you think, ET?
I'm just going on how like the CoinTool smart contract works. Like I've looked at that, and there has to be some cost because there's a smart contract, like a second smart contract that's kind of wrapping the addresses. Yeah, it's minimal, but like it'll be proportionally more expensive if you just did one VMU. Like that would be the highest per address cost, whereas if you did 100, it would be sort of insignificant when you average it out over the 100.
Right, right. It wouldn't change.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it must be a
I've
flat
specifically
cost
like a
per
couple
contract.
times, like asked Sun Tzu. He said it wouldn't be. Maybe I just misinterpreted what he said. I assumed it would basically be free, but just wanted to know if they had like an exact number yet. But I was told it wouldn't cost anything extra. So, yeah, that's okay though.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I don't know whether you can estimate it or something from the test net.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Still haven't goofed around on that yet. Maybe that's something to do. Are you guys able to see how much traffic that test net is getting? I haven't really seen many people complaining about it, like bugs or anything, or even talking about it on the chat.
You can go to the link for OpenSea, which is in the pin message. You can see how many have been created. So that gives you some idea of the activity, I guess.
Are you guys talking about the contract cost, the cost to spin up a contract to hold the addresses in?
Yeah, just the NFT itself.
Well, it's not really the NFT, it's a smart contract. I'm assuming that it works similar to HSIs, where each instance has to create a separate contract essentially. That it's a little very, very minimal contract. So the base contract spins up a minimal contract that its sole job is to create and hold the addresses that claim the C ranks. The cost of that's like pretty insignificant. It's not zero, but it's pretty insignificant.
Is like in the hundreds or a couple thousands maybe, or what do you think? As in way, not gway.
I can ask Alex. He created the contract, and he'd tell me.
Oh no, it's
That con-
we'll find out soon
I've had
enough,
that-
I'm sure.
I've had that conversation with them before. I just don't remember. There was some last minute change that he made. In fact, he'd already launched the contract, and then another dev told him of a way to make the cost significantly lower. And so he made the change to the code and launched a new contract and just left the old one out there because it was immutable. He just left it out there as don't deal with it, just a dead contract. And so there was a way to minimize that cost to a almost insignificant amount. I could ask him what that was, or you could look at the HSI contract. It would be, so there's, if I remember this right, there's 3 contracts. There's the instance contracts, there's numerous instance contracts. There's the HSI manager, which manages the instances. Its job is just to manage all the instances. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all open source. It would be the current version of the HSI contract, which would be the Hedron contract, the HSI manager, and the instances are the 3 contracts. But there was some specific piece of code that he changed, and it was almost insignificant change, but it made a radical difference in the cost. Because initially the cost was going to be way more. Yeah, but that's something the devs would have to look at. Like, I wouldn't know the difference between the 2 codes. I just know like how they work.
The Zen NFT contract is like on the testnet, and you can see the gas used to run the contract. It's just one contract, and it creates the non-fungible tokens.
Yeah, so it still has to hold addresses. I have to think about how they differ. But I think they're way more similar than they are different. They each hold addresses. The other one, so the HSI manager was kind of like the table in a token contract that holds all the balances or records all the balances and which address they go to. That table is similar to how the HSI manager works. It keeps a running tally of all the association between the NFT. Well, no, they're different because it didn't instantly create an NFT. You have to go through a second process to tokenize it to create the NFT, and yours just straight up creates the NFT, so it probably can be done in the one single contract. But it would be interesting to have. I will talk to Alex about it, just see if he will take the time to look at that code, because you said the code for the ZenFT is up, right? The batch minter.
Yeah, it's running on the testnet.
Because he learned a lot from that, because that other dev had pointed out to him some method in the code where he could make the contracts that got created way cheaper. So he might be able to spot that. Maybe they've already looked at it. The guys that created this contract already looked at it, because it would be the closest thing to, well, maybe they just looked at batch minters. I don't know. I'll have a conversation with Alex and see if he'd just take a look at that code and tell me if there's anything that he learned from his experience creating that other one that would save time and money for the users.
Any of you guys know how much girly ETH we're gonna need? I guess it's just
Yeah,
200,000 or so.
as much as you
Gas.
can, because it's addictive and you'll like burn through like 2 like quick, especially if you start doing like 100 VMUs.
100. I'd need to wait like 4 days to mint this test ETH.
Yeah, so it like I used up 2 girly ETH pretty quickly, doing like 10 different sort of combinations.
Well, I'm just gonna have to wait for this rainbow cat token thing to do its work here. I am getting an error when I click on and connect to the testnet. It says application error, a client-side exception has occurred. See the browser's console for more information. Does that mean I need to switch like change my browsers or something? Never mind, I got it. Good Lord, Jack, there's 2,500 lines of code in here and I don't even know what to look for. Well, that was easy enough. Says this HSI must use less than 30,000 gas.